All right, I think we're just about ready. Good evening, everybody. I now call this meeting of the Anchorage Assembly to order. It's July 25th, 2023. Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Assemblymember Myers.
Here.
Assemblymember Martinez.
Present.
Assemblymember Rivera.
Present.
Assemblymember Bronga.
Here.
Assemblymember Johnson.
Here.
Chair Constant.
Here.
Vice Chair Zalato. Here. Assemblymember Cross.
Here.
Assemblymember Vollen.
Happy to be here.
Assemblymember Brawley.
Here.
Assemblymember Solt.
Here.
And Assemblymember Perez Verdia is absent this evening.
He is excused. Thank you.
Student Representative Jacob Matthews.
Present.
Thank you. Next, we have the Pledge of Allegiance. Mr. Johnson, would you please lead us in the pledge?
I'd be honored. I pledge allegiance to the flag
Of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Ms. Bronco, would you please read the land acknowledgement?
Yes, I will. A land acknowledgement is a formal statement recognizing the indigenous people of a place. It is a public gesture of appreciation for the past and present indigenous stewardship of the lands that we now occupy. It is an actionable statement that marks our collective movement towards decolonization and equity. The Anchorage Assembly would like to acknowledge that we gather today on the traditional lands of the Dena'ina Athabascans. For thousands of years, the Dena'ina have been and continue to be the stewards of the land. It is with gratefulness and respect that we recognize the contributions, innovations, and contemporary perspectives of the Upper Cook Inlet Dena'ina.
Thank you, Ms. Bronga. Next, we have minutes from previous meetings. We have none at this time. I would like to invite the mayor to deliver his report. Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you everyone for being here tonight. Tonight I want to yield my report to Beth Nordland with the Anchorage Park Foundation, who will give a summary about the Youth Employment in Parks, the YEP Summer Program. Before I do, I'd like to say thank you to Parks and Rec staff, Anchorage Parks Foundation, and the Youth Employment in Parks young people for their hard work this summer. You did an amazing job making our parks and city look great. So thank you very much. And wherever Beth is, oh, there she is, I yield to her. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right. Well, Nordland. Why don't you hand them to Travis? Thank you.
Yeah, I think we are supposed to.
There's a green button there.
Green
There you
button.
go. You're good.
Hello, I'm Beth Nordland, Executive Director for the Anchorage Park Foundation, and good to see you this year. Welcome to the class of Youth Employment in Parks 2023. Some of you are new to the Assembly, and so you haven't seen this presentation before, but it gives us a chance to, oh, hi, Mr. Mayor. It gives us a chance to tell you about some of the projects we've worked on this summer. You get to take a look at the map that shows all of the projects and where the teens live on one side of the map. And then it shows you a little thumbnail sketch of what some of our teens had to say this summer about themselves. A little thumbnail photo and comment, which is entertaining. But our Youth Employment in Parks teens work on projects all over town. This summer we did 5 projects. We did a single track trail at Russian Jack Springs Park. We did tree planting at University Lake. We are still working on resurfacing a trail at Abbott Loop Community Park. We planted some more trees at Campbell Creek. And then at the BLM lands, or at Far North Bicentennial Park, we removed bird cherries. And that was a very buggy, difficult first project. So they'll tell you all about it. But as you can see, we represent 13 high schools We have 13 languages spoken in the program this summer. We have all kind of ethnic origins, and we have the different genders represented. We tell you a little bit about our family backgrounds and our age distributions. It's a lot of 17-year-olds and some 18-year-olds, but the program is for 16 to 19-year-olds. So the more you learn about it now, the more you can help us recruit for next summer. And yeah, we had a great summer. And what we're going to do now is introduce each teen, and they're going to tell us what district they live in. So I know you'll be listening for their last names. And then they're going to tell us what their favorite project was that they worked on this summer. So thanks, everyone. Mike Braniff, got to see them all here tonight, so thanks for coming out.
We're just going to shake hands with all the kids, and if I could invite the chair to come down and greet the kids as well.
Okay, great. Our senior crew members are wearing orange t-shirts. This is their second year in the program, so they are returners, and they're our veterans. Do you want to speak first?
Hi, my name is Ariel, and I'm from District 4, and my favorite project was stream bank restoration at University Lake.
My name is Faith Gonzalez. I live in District 4, and my favorite project was tree planting at University Lake.
Hi, my name is Ryan Botting. I'm from District 1, and my favorite project was stream bank restoration at University Lake.
Hi, my name is Enzio Rangel. I live in District 5, and my favorite project was doing building a bike trail at Russian Jack.
My name is Rafe Jones. I'm from District 5, and my favorite project was the bike trail at Russian Jack Park.
My name is Carol. I live in District 3, and my favorite project was the Russian Jack Park as well.
My name's Ben Ledgerwood. My favorite project was removing bird cherry at BLM. I'm from District 3.
My name's Logan Sabo. I live in District 5, and my favorite project was the stream bank restoration at University Lake.
Hi, my name is Benjamin Jensen. I live in District 2, and my favorite project was laying gravel at Abbott Creek, or Abbott Loop Community Park.
Hi, my name is Kel Spencer. I am from District 3, and my favorite project was laying gravel at Abbott Loop.
Hello, my name's Seth Pleasant. I live in District 5, and my favorite project this summer was the stream bank restoration project at University Lake.
Hello, I'm Abraham Shepard. I live in District 1, and my favorite project was putting down gravel at Abbott Loop.
My name is Owen Kirkland. I'm from District 5, and my favorite project has been building the bike trails at Russian Jack.
My name's Judah Kane. I'm in District 5. My favorite part was building the mountain bike trail in Russian Jack.
My name's Aiden Veneta from District 5. Favorite project was University Lake.
Hi, my name is Alex Hines. I'm from District 6, and my favorite project was habitat restoration at University Lake.
Hello, I'm Jason Pickens. I'm from District 3, and my favorite project was actually all of them.
My name is Allie Hitchings. I live in District 5, and my favorite project was tree planting at Campbell Creek.
My name is Jonathan Woolley. I live in District 2. My favorite project was stream bank restoration at the park.
My name is Jassity Cantaro. I live in District 1, and my favorite project was planting trees at University Lake.
I'm Christian Naya. I'm part of District 2, and my favorite project was the stream bank restoration at University Lake.
Hi, I'm Dash DeKang. I live in District 6, and my favorite project was the mountain bike trails at Russian Jack Springs Park.
Hi, my name is Sylvia Cole, and my favorite project was picking bird cherry with the BLM.
That's great.
Thank you.
Great idea to have it all shake hands. Thanks, Mike. So as you can tell, it's a really fun night at the Assembly when Youth Employment and Parks comes to play. And then we get to ask you if you have any questions for us.
So I don't see anyone in the queue.
Sorry,
but
Mr. Chair, I do have a question.
Mr. Bond.
I want to know, is it Rafe? How come he got the only green helmet? Nice.
So my question for you, Beth, is the bike trail open?
The bike trail's open? Yes, we did a news story on it, and I got to watch it in progress, but I guess it's open now.
Great. I'll make a point of getting out there with the director. Thank you. Anyone else? So I guess just words of, oh, go ahead, Mr. Rivera. Is the queue not working?
No, sorry, I was just getting into the queue late.
Thank you.
And so I noticed something, and I have to make a snarky remark about it. I really like the maps that you used. They're the wrong maps. These aren't the correct Assembly District maps, which is why I really like them. Thanks.
Uh-oh, we better make sure we correct that for next year. Yeah, it did look like a lot of the projects were in District 4. Sometimes we get responses from the Assembly that we should spread them out more. It's just where we need to plant the trees and fix the stream banks, right?
Well, I think there are those who would argue spread it out, but I think we'll let it be and just say thank you very much for all your hard work and your commitment to making this city a more beautiful place, more healthy and beautiful. Thank you.
Thanks, everyone.
Oh, thank you, ma'am.
All right, thank you. Next on the agenda is the chair's report. Good evening, everybody, and welcome. I hope you all got outside and enjoyed that amazing summer weather that managed to make it through the clouds. Tonight, we have a pretty full agenda. We have a lot to cover, and it is possible, though looks less likely so at this time, that we won't get through our agenda tonight, which meant that we had prepared for a second night of meetings tomorrow, should we need it and should the remaining items at the end of the night demand. But at this time, because discussions on some of the items have kind of circled around postponing to other nights, we may very well get through the agenda. So first, I would like to speak about the Port of Alaska. You will see several items on the agenda tonight concerning the port. And after many years of work, we are nearing a major milestone in the modernization. Over the past few months, the Assembly has been meeting with port officials and users to identify the best path forward for the design for Phase 2 and the funding structure to pay for it. We had an especially productive work session last Friday, and I believe we are very close to taking the next step in the solution. Whether we get there tonight or if it takes a few more meetings, I'm confident we're on a good track, although I think there are several members who've been spending a lot of time on this who are dedicated to the idea we're going to do it tonight. I thank everybody involved for the work you've been putting into moving this project forward in this once-in-a-generation project that will be a legacy that we gift to the future of Anchorage and all of Alaska. Another big item on the agenda that has been subject of much community conversation is a discussion about residential zoning updates. This is a proposal to create a process to update Anchorage's residential zoning code. We've had some very informative work sessions on the topic, and I look forward to the debate on the matter. This is one of the items that I've heard from the sponsors may be postponed to another night in the future, or continued, I should say. Whether you agree with the proposal or not, it's been a valuable exercise to bring this topic up for public discussion. Anchorage is in the midst of a housing crisis, and we need to act to ensure that people can afford to live here. Housing costs have soared. And if you haven't had to find a new place in the past 2 years, you will be shocked to see the prices. Anchorage's median listing price jumped from $311,000 in January of 2020 to $446,000 in May of 2023. That's almost a 50% increase in 3 years, and the rental market is following similarly. The Assembly is taking this matter very seriously, and we're working on a number of initiatives to encourage affordable housing development. We'll be hosting a public housing summit this fall where we will share our work and gather feedback from the community. Details will be announced soon, and I look forward to seeing you there. Another item that has been subject of much discussion and it appears may continue to another night is a discussion about the Scofflaw. So I want folks to know that the sponsor has suggested that this item will likely be continued to another night. So if we get to the public hearing, or when we get to the public hearing, it might be continued. Also, we have before us 2 items relating to the opening of the Golden Lion. This is an open conversation that's been ongoing for a number of years, and it looks like we're getting very close to a decision. On a more somber note, the Assembly held a work session last week to understand the circumstances surrounding an election complaint filed during the 2023 regular municipal election. Nationwide, there have been interference, misinformation, and disinformation surrounding elections that threaten the integrity of our elections. And now locally, the circumstances surrounding this complaint have raised concerns of partisan election interference by current or former appointees of the municipality. The Office of the Ombudsman is currently investigating the incident, and the Assembly is doing our due diligence as well. And I would like to thank the administration, in particular the municipal manager, Mr. Colhase, and the Chief of Staff, Mr. Bird, for their cooperation and assistance in getting this discussion started, getting to the bottom of it. I know that the public is very concerned, and I'm committing to follow this issue through so the public can be assured of the integrity of our elections. Finally, I want to recognize that we do, as I have said before, have a full agenda tonight, and I will do my best to move us along so that we may conclude at the most reasonable hour possible. This is a business meeting, and we're here to do the work of the city. Please help create a climate of respect in the chambers. Please refrain from personal attacks or speaking out of turn, shouting and clapping and pacing. Clapping is allowed during recognition resolutions. Keep signs to 8.5 by 11 inches in size. Please keep the aisles clear except when lined up to testify. Please also do not approach the dais. If you have something to share with the members, please hand it to the clerk for distribution. Also, if you have the floor, please stop speaking if a point of order is called so that I may rule on the point of order and the record is clear. If rules are not followed, I may interrupt speakers to call for compliance, and if compliance with the rules doesn't occur, I may pause the meeting. If there's an actual disruption, I will give a warning to the disruptor. If the disruption persists or happens again, the person will be asked to leave. And finally, if you're here to testify on public hearing items, when you come forward, please state your name, what part of town you're from. Please stay on topic and direct comments to me or other people on the dais. I'll interrupt if you're off topic. It's helpful if testifiers provide comments on proposed amendments. You'll have 3 minutes, and community council representatives will have 5. And assembly members typically don't answer questions during this period. That comes later during the debate portion, as public testimony is the public's time to speak. Thank you. And now we'll proceed to committee reports. We'll start with Mr. Myers.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Nothing to report.
Thank you. And Mr. Martinez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good evening, everybody. The last meeting of the Community and Economic Development Committee was held on July 20th at the Permit Center. And one of the topics that we talked about for quite some time was looking at vacant and abandoned properties for redevelopment and housing activation. There are literally hundreds of vulnerable and distressed properties both on our list that the municipality maintains or that are not on our list but that are out in the community. For more information on this conversation and other discussions that we'll have, we have posted some information preliminarily on our website so people can visit the Community and Economic Development page of the Assembly's website. We have the minutes for that meeting. We have our current list available, as well other resources that we're sharing. And our next meeting of the CDC We'll meet on Thursday, August 3rd at 9 a.m. at the Permit Center. Anything else, I'll leave it to my co-chair, Mr. Carson. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Thank you, Mr. Chair. At the last Housing and Homelessness Committee meeting on July 19th, we discussed two main topics. The first, the Forest Park, Mobile Home Park ongoing issues in Treegackego River, and then also the Emergency Cold Weather Shelter Plan, focusing on the upcoming winter. As I have said since June, really, the committee has been working collaboratively with the administration, working towards the creation of a plan for this upcoming winter. I set a goal for us to have a plan in place by August, and I look forward to the results of the health department's work. I know they, at the last committee meeting on July 19th, they had a lot of work that they were going to do, and I look forward to that in August so that we can get a sense of what the emergency cold weather shelter plan is going to look like in our community. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Next, Ms. Bronca.
Hello. Visit Anchorage Board is having a marketing update meeting at 11 a.m. on Thursday at Denina, and 1:30 they will be doing their Q2 board meeting. I'll be attending both of those. Our next health policy meeting will be on August 2nd. We're going to have a guest from Alaska Eating Disorders Alliance to talk about body image in girls, especially how it relates to social media's interference. So come to the meeting or see the YouTube after.
Thank you, Ms. Bronca. Mr. Johnson.
Yeah, thank you. As Vice Chair of the Enterprise and Utility Oversight Committee, I'm going to leave it to the Chair to give the actual update, but I just quickly wanted to recognize the extraordinary amount of effort the Chair has put into this committee, in particular around guiding the conversation around the Port of Anchorage. We have some very consequential decisions to make, and I think she's done an exceptional job of making sure that we are in an informed position to make those decisions. So thank you to her, and that's all.
And with that softball handoff, not undue, Ms. Zalatel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Johnson. The Enterprise and Utility Oversight Committee met on July 20th. We took up a couple of really important issues. One was we got a debriefing on Snowmageddon. As you all may have forgotten with the sunshine over the weekend, but we had a heck of a snow year last winter, and so we really started to discuss the lessons learned, and we're looking forward to coming back in September to hear the plan for this upcoming winter. And particularly are exploring things such as what kinds of real-time notifications may exist to the public, particularly around plowing, so that we can make sure cars are removed and we remove barriers and we can be as real-time as possible. We also did a deep dive into a project at Merrill Field, which will be back before us tonight, really around the contract management general contractor process. So I look forward to the action on that tonight. And then we had a work session on the Port of Alaska, and we will hopefully take those two items up for a vote tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Member Cross.
Nothing to report. Thank you.
Thank you. Member Walland.
Nothing to report. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Brawley. Member Rowley.
Yeah, thank you. Two reports on committees. One is the Budget and Finance Committee, which I co-chair with Vice Chair Zalatel, had our meeting on Thursday, July 20th, and we are still waiting to get a preliminary picture of our final financials from 2022. So we are waiting for the administration to submit those. They are due on September 30th, but we expect to have a kind of preliminary version hopefully by the end of this month or early August. And then we also got our usual FEMA reimbursement update and have found that we have gotten over 120 million of our expenditures obligated from FEMA, meaning that they will be paid. And then of that, we've received 102 million from the state through which FEMA passes its reimbursement. So that's really good news, continuing to watch that on the same trend of getting a lot of our COVID-related expenses, including mass care at the Sullivan Arena and other places, paid for. So then that's the update for Budget and Finance. And I'm sorry, our next meeting will be Thursday, August 17th, 12:10 p.m., City Hall, room 155. And then for the Legislative Committee, so we postponed our meeting. It was originally noticed for tomorrow, Wednesday, July 26th, but we moved it to next week to accommodate other Assembly meetings and happenings this week. And so we will be meeting on Thursday, August 3rd at 11 a.m., from 11 a.m. until 12:30 p.m., again, City Hall 155. And then also on Thursday, for those interested, we have a work session scheduled. It will be a legislative briefing from our lobbyist, Wendy Chamberlain, with legislative consultants. Again, that will be Thursday, July 27th at 11 a.m. in City Hall. And the purpose is just to get an overview of what happened in 2023 session and starting to think ahead about the assembly, or I'm sorry, the municipality's priorities and legislative session in 2024. And I think that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Salt.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The AEDC, Anchorage Economic Development Corporation, is going to have their annual 3-year Outlook Luncheon August 2nd. And at that luncheon, the keynote speaker is going to be Mick Cornett, who is the 4-term mayor from Oklahoma City. So he's partly responsible for turning around Oklahoma City, a place that Anchorage feels like we are in today. That's one of the reasons why he's coming up here, is so we can learn how they took Oklahoma City, brought in, I believe, $6 billion in private investment, turned the city around, got an NBA basketball team. Granted, it took them several decades to do this, but it's really transformational, and I encourage as many as who can to attend the 3-year Outlook. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Salt. And I just would like to underscore what Ms. Brawley reported, that we have received over $100 million and obligated $120 million of FEMA reimbursables. So a thanks goes to the CFO, Mr. Thurn, and his many roles that he's played. He's always been a pinch hitter that manages to get a home run, so thank you. With that, next we will move on to the addendum to the agenda. We have 2 items that are laid on the table. They're both supplemental items, so I'll just go ahead and read them into the record. 13B, 13B2, AO 2023-34S, an ordinance authorizing and approving the adoption of the Port of Alaska Terminal Tariff Number 10. That is sponsored by Mayor Bronson and Member Zalatel. Next, we have item 14D1, AO 2023-66S, an ordinance, the Anchorage Assembly amending and repealing portions of the Anchorage Municipal Code, section 21.04.010, 21.04.020, 21.10.040, and 21.09.040, and to create only one residential district throughout the entire municipality and waiving Planning and Zoning Commission review. Again, both of those items are supplemental. So, both of those items are after the consent agenda. So while you don't have them, I would ask, oh, we don't need to vote on it. Yeah, that's right, we don't need to vote. So, yeah, that's fine. Thank you. You will see those items as soon as they are present. Next, we will move on to, I would ask for a motion to incorporate the addendum as printed and distributed and laid on the table items.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Zalatel, seconded by Mr. Cross. Is there any objection? Hearing and seeing none, that item is adopted unanimously. Next on the agenda, we have appearance requests, and tonight we have 3. First, we would have Teresa O'Connell. Hi there, welcome. So please state your name, what part of town you're from, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Good evening. My name is Teresa O'Connell. I just wanted to come and say thank you guys for serving our community and doing your best to help our city as a whole. And I also, obviously on the email I spoke that I wanted to talk about the public safety, and I actually just really wanted to lift that up in prayer and lift up you guys in prayer and bless you guys and our police force and our whole community. So I'm just going to do that real quick. Dear Heavenly Father, I just thank you for everyone who came here today and made it safely. Lord, I just thank you that we have such an incredible country and an incredible city, and thank you for the laws that protect us. I just pray that you would bless each and every one of our assembly members. I pray that you give them guidance, wisdom. I also pray over our mayor's office and all of the staff, those who are serving our community. I pray that your hand would be upon them, you would guide them, give them wisdom, Lord, direction. I pray that they would truly do what's best for this community. I pray that you keep them safe, Lord, and keep their families safe. I pray peace over them. I pray peace over the relationships between those who are in this assembly, Lord. And I just lift up safety over our officers and those who are protecting our community. I pray that we would just see a real turnaround in crime and violence, that your hand would be protecting us. This is all the time I have. Lord, thank you so much for this beautiful group of people. I just pray your will would be done in this meeting today and moving forward. Amen. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Next on the agenda, we have Mr. Aleva. Ron. Welcome. Please state your name, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
Good evening. Ron Aleva, represented by all you in the administration. Honorable Mayor and esteemed members of the Anchorage Assembly, today I, Ron Aleva, stand before you as a representative of not only my own interest, but of those of Midtown residences and Fairview businesses and the entire Anchorage community. My frequent appearances at the Assembly, work sessions, community councils, and homeless task force underscore the gravity of the situation at hand. The urgency arising from addressing the Sanction Camp Task Force is a matter of immediate public interest. My intent to speak on this at previous Assembly meetings would have been timely. However, I'm now compelled to raise my concerns as circumstances have exacerbated. I'm advocating for the transformation of my property at 3rd and Ingra into a sanctioned camp or a location for pellet homes, tiny homes, modular buildings, low-income shelters, and more. I envision it as a potential hub for skill-building activities like bike repair, auto detailing, woodlot, separation of recycled goods, a small engine repair shop, and other cottage industries suitable for level entry homeless people, unemployed. The increased homeless population, coupled with the closure of the Sullivan, the abatement of Cuddy Park, and the overall growth of homelessness has overwhelmed me. The ripple effects of these challenges are felt from all sides, the west, the east, the south, and hey, I'm thinking above. It's coming to that. I do not believe I have the capacity to detail the gravity of the situation within a 3-minute window. The area from Eagle Street to the jail, which I call Orca, because it's a whale that you haven't taken a bite out of, is an unproductive zone for businesses of my nature. It has been an uphill battle, and after a recent near-death incidents, kind of tear-jerking, it has become untenable for my family, employees, clients, and customers to remain. This zone is on a dangerous trajectory towards violence, the consequences of which will ripple throughout the entire community. The prospect of relocating homeless camps elsewhere or homeless is fraught with resistance, as evidenced by the pilot program at the Archives, the Arctic Rec Center. This resistance has manifested in potential legal action, a course that I'm keen to avoid, because 2 trees cost me $720,000. This resistance has been manifested in potential legal action, and that's what's coming. Rob couples of couples cottages decide, Chris, can I summarize? I got 2 more little paragraphs.
A few sentences, go ahead.
Okay. He closed down this pending the outcome of the Native Hospital site. There was a fire there tonight, sadly. But hey, I'm here to ask you, if not beg you, to make good on your promise to buy, sell, trade, lease,
right,
do something with my parcels.
Thank you.
Pardon me?
Thank you.
Could someone ask a question? Like, will you allow me to finish up? Because it's a near-death incident, and I hope if anything happens, it remains on your conscience the rest of your lives.
Thank you, Ron. There's no one. Next in the queue, we have William Baxter. All right, please state your name and where you're from, and you'll have 3 minutes.
I'm William Baxter. I'm a heavy equipment mechanic. I'm from Anchorage, and I've been a heavy equipment mechanic client, and most of the heavy equipment mechanics the best ones I ever competed with were country boys from the lower 48. And when I worked for a company, they discriminated against us too. And I've talked to the Anchorage Equal Rights Commission. I've talked to Alaska Equal Rights Commission. I talked to EOC about this. And I talked to many people. I talked to people. I work for the city, and I've talked to the union about this. I've talked to the HR about this, and I've seen a lot, and I've seen a lot of discrimination, but this is the worst one I've ever seen. I've been discriminated because I'm single. I've been discriminated because I'm old. I've been discriminated for many things, but this was the biggest one. And I would like you guys to look at it. And I've talked to a lot of other people, and they've been discriminated too. I operate 28-foot boats. I go up Coycuck River. I'm a country boy. I take urbanites up there. They just don't work out. That's about all I can say.
All right, if you have materials, you can hand it to the clerk. Thank you. All right, next on the agenda in the 10A sections, you'll note as members that there is a kind of a theme tonight. We are going to be recognizing some people who have performed extraordinarily in the public as heroes, doing their best to save lives of other members of the community. So next we have item 10A. Oh, I'm sorry. I was ready to go. Ready to get to the good part. Okay, now the consent agenda. Items 10A through 10F are typically routine or non-controversial items, such as bid awards, new business, information, reports, ordinances, and resolutions for introduction. The items on the consent agenda may be approved or accepted by the assembly by a single vote on a motion to approve the consent agenda. Prior to approval, items may be pulled by an assembly member for discussion and separate vote on each of those items. Under the general rules of procedure, all ordinances and some resolutions will have an opportunity for public hearing. Now I'll go down the dais and ask members if they have items to pull, and we'll start with Mr. Salt.
I'd like to pull item 10A3 for reading and presentation.
Thank you. Ms. Brawley.
Yeah, I'll pull 10A4 for reading and presentation, and then 10D12, and then 10F4. And that's it for me.
All right, thank you. Mr. Vaughn.
No items. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Cross.
10A2 for reading.
Ms. Zalatel.
Thank you. I would pull 10 Delta 8. Ms. Brawley already pulled 10 Delta 12, 10 Delta 14, 10 Delta 17, and 10 Golf 1.
All right, thank you. Next, Mr. Johnson.
No items.
Thank you. Ms. Braga.
I would like to pull 10D16 and 10G3. And then that's it.
All right, Mr. Rivera.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to pull 10 Alpha 1. That's it.
Mr. Martinez.
No additional items.
Mr. Myers.
No additional items.
So I have 10A1 by Mr. Rivera, 10A2 by Mr. Cross, 10A3 by Mr. Salt, 10A4 by Ms. Brawley, 10D8, Ms. Zalatel, 10D12, Ms. Brawley, 10D14, Ms. Zalatel, 10D16, Ms. Braga, 10D17, Ms. Zalatel, 4, Ms. Brawley, 10G, 1, Ms. Zalatel, 10G, 3, Ms. Bronga. Did I miss any items? Okay. So then I would ask for a motion to approve the consent agenda minus the pulled items.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Zalatel, seconded by Mr. Volland.
Chair,
Ms. Bronca?
did you say 10G8?
No, I did not. I said 10G3. Did you also see 10G8?
Yes.
Not 10G3 or both? Okay. Good catch. So we've added 10G8 to that list. So Ms. Zalatil?
Great. Nope, that was, she caught what I was going for. Thanks.
Okay, thank you very much. So next I would like to ask for unanimous consent. Is there any objection to the approval of this item? Hearing and seeing none, the consent agenda has now been passed minus the pulled items. All items 10A through 10F and other items other than the items that were just pulled, which we'll take up next, or that have been introduced for a future public hearing, which are all the items in 10G except those that were pulled, are now approved. If you are here to see action on those items on the consent agenda, those items have been passed and accepted. Now, we'll get to the good part. Item 10A1, Resolution AR 2023-201, Resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing Dylan Moss for his quick thinking and heroic actions that helped save the life of a cyclist. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second. Moved by Ms. Zalatel, seconded by Mr. Rivera. I'd like to ask for unanimous consent. Is there any objection to this item? Hearing and seeing none, this item has been approved. Who's reading and who's presenting?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll be reading. Ms. Bronga will be presenting.
Mr. Moss, are you here? Please come down.
A resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing Dylan Moss for his quick thinking and heroic actions that helped save the life of a cyclist. Whereas on May 9th, a cyclist was hit by a car and became pinned under the vehicle in an Airport Heights neighborhood. And whereas a team of strangers rushed to the accident to help the cyclist and tried to lift the vehicle off her. And whereas Dylan Moss, a mechanic at the nearby Chevron station, realized an accident occurred across the street and sprung to action. And whereas Moss recognized that specialty equipment would be needed to extract the pinned cyclist and grabbed a 2.5-ton floor jack from the station before sprinting to the scene of the accident with a heavy piece of equipment. And whereas Dylan expertly placed the jack under the rear of the vehicle and immediately worked to lift the car off the cyclist. And whereas Dylan's quick response allowed the Anchorage Fire Department crews arriving at the scene to prioritize the injured cyclist rather than wait for extraction equipment to be brought out. And whereas Moss worked in conjunction with Anchorage Fire Department crews to extract the pinned cyclist prior to the arrival of the ambulance. And whereas the Anchorage Fire Department crews involved in the call stated that Dylan's actions were nothing short of heroic and likely saved the cyclist's life. And now, therefore, the Anchorage Assembly recognizes and honors Dylan Moss for his heroic and life-saving actions, passed and approved by the Anchorage Assembly this 25th day of July, 2023.
If you'd like to say anything, you have a microphone.
I just want to thank you all for this award, and that's really all I know what to say.
So Chief Schrage has something for you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Dylan, for your quick actions and for being here tonight. The fire department, we have a program where we issue awards for public lifesaver, and we have an award recognizing Dylan Moss for his actions, for the same actions that you've just been recognized for. So we have this plaque and a certificate. And I'll be doing the same similarly with the next two resolutions that are on the agenda. But I want to say a comment that applies to all three of the recipients of these awards, and that is these three people, these residents and citizens of Anchorage represent the very best of our community. And they made the most difficult decision that anybody can make, because it's an unknown decision, and that is they took action. It's easy to hesitate when faced with a difficult situation, but all three of them overcame that resistance, stepped in, and did what had to be done, and prolonged or saved the lives of 3 different people. So with that, I'd like to add my congratulations and this award from the AFD for Public Lifesaver. Dylan.
Dylan, is that your mom back there? Is that your mom?
Oh, that's actually the mother of the girl I saved.
Well, thank you all for helping raise a good one. Thank you, Dylan.
Thank you.
Next, we have item 10A2, Resolution AR 2023-202, resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing Katie Hickman for her quick thinking and heroic actions that helped save the life of a house fire victim. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Alatel, seconded by Mr. Cross. I'd like to ask unanimous consent. Is there any objection? Hearing and seeing none, this item has been adopted. Who is reading and who's presenting?
I will be reading, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Cross. Mr. Martinez, thank you. Go ahead.
Whereas on February 14th, 2023, Katie Hickman was passing an area when she noticed smoke and fire coming from a house. She decided to stop and see if anyone was still inside the burning structure. Katie quickly realized that there was indeed a person still alive, and with a little regard for her personal safety, she made the decision to enter the fire and try to save this person. And whereas being immediately hit with smoke and very hot fire conditions, Katie was forced to the floor and had to crawl to make her way to the fire victim. About halfway into the burning house, Katie located the victim lying on the floor. Katie then heroically, single-handedly dragged the victim to safety outside of the structure and placed her into a car awaiting the fire department arrival. And whereas upon the Anchorage Fire Department's arrival, the fire victim was evaluated and immediately transported via ambulance to the hospital where she was treated for smoke inhalation as well as severe burns across her body. And whereas Katie's action that day are the finest keepings and traditions that fire service hold dear, and whereas the Anchorage Fire Department crews, both involved and uninvolved with the fire, all agree that Katie's actions were nothing short of heroic and that the victim is alive thanks today to what she did that fateful day. Now, therefore, the Anchorage Assembly recognizes and honors Katie Hickman for heroic and life-saving actions.
And of course, you don't have to take the microphone, but you may.
I've got very bad anxiety.
That's okay. Well, thank you for doing what you did.
Thank you.
Very much. Next on the agenda, item 10A3, Resolution AR 2023-238, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing Janine Herr for her quick thinking and heroic actions that prolonged the life and gave the best possible chance for survival of a person suffering from cardiac arrest. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Zalatel, seconded by Mr. Volland. I'd like to ask unanimous consent. Is there any objection? Hearing and seeing none. That item is adopted. Who's reading and who's presenting?
I'll be reading.
All right, thank you, Mr. Johnson presenting, Mr. Solt reading. Mr. Solt, you have the floor.
AR number 2023-238, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing Janine Herr for her quick thinking and heroic actions that prolonged the life and gave the best possible chance for survival of a person suffering from cardiac arrest. Whereas on May 15th, 2023, Janine Herr was driving a people mover bus downtown Anchorage when one of her passengers suddenly suffered a cardiac arrest. And whereas Janine stopped the bus and immediately began CPR on the unresponsive person. And whereas after calling 911 and ensuring that emergency resources were routed to the location, Janine continued delivering high-quality CPR, and whereas the arrival of the Anchorage Fire Department, it was noted by the responding crew that Janine was doing an outstanding job with CPR, and whereas after being relieved by Anchorage Fire Department crews, Janine was able to calmly relay all pertinent incident information to the receiving crew members, and her calm demeanor continued to bring stability to the incident scene as Anchorage Fire Department crews delivered medical care to the patient. And whereas, after the patient was transported to the hospital by ambulance, Janine got right back into the driver's seat of the bus and carried out the rest of her route. There is no question that Janine's actions that day gave the patient the best possible chance for survival. Now, therefore, the Anchorage Assembly recognizes and honors Janine Herr for her heroic and life-saving actions. Passed and approved by the Anchorage Assembly this 25th day of July, 2023.
I would like to say something.
Welcome.
Hello.
You can, yeah.
I'm not a public speaker, and I'm going to cry because this was quite emotional. And I wrote it out on a piece of paper. It should take about 1 minute. I agreed to accept this recognition because it gave me this opportunity to bring some awareness to a few critical points that I think you all need to be aware of. As a fixed route city bus driver, we currently transport over 8,000 people each week in Anchorage. We literally are first responders for this community, whether we want to be or not. And yet, in the 6 years that I have worked this position, we're not required to be first aid or CPR certified. We average 12 one-hour mandatory safety meetings a year, and not one of them addresses first aid or CPR or the Good Samaritan law. Most of the 8,000 riders a week are the most vulnerable members of our community. And I think that it is appropriate and reasonable for us to get basic training. The current statistics from the American Heart Association and the Anchorage Fire Department indicate that bystander CPR more than doubles the chances of survival in a cardiac arrest or a heart attack until EMS arrives. My prior training is the reason why I had the good sense to recognize my rider required CPR, and a 911 called my dispatcher. And our EMS crew came within minutes to my bus and to my rescue. We take an oath as public servants, and it's our responsibility to be given the opportunity to be trained properly. And to the family of my rider, my sincerest condolences for your loss. Thank you.
So I would be remiss if on behalf of the chief, I didn't pitch Pulse Point, which is an app you can sign up for online, which would make you a link in the first responder chain for people who have cardiac emergency. So Pulse Point. Mr. Salt.
I was just going to add on, the definition of luck is when opportunity meets preparedness. And by Ms. Herr being prepared with CPR, she was able to be ready for that opportunity to save a life. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next on the agenda, we have item 10A4. Resolution AR 2023-246, resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing Christine Bunnell for excellence in the service to the municipality. Before we proceed, normally we would have circulated and members would be asked if they'd like to sponsor. And this one was very limited because it was kind of done quietly. So I want to know if any members would like to be added as a sponsor to this item. Ms. Zalatel, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Martinez, Ms. Bronga, Mr. Cross, anyone object? Okay, then we'll go ahead and add everybody. So with that said, what's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
So moved by Member Vollen, seconded by Member Zalatel. We'll ask for unanimous consent. Is there any objection to this item? Hearing and seeing none, members, this item is now adopted. Who is reading? Who's presenting? Ms. Brawley's reading. Mr. Vollen's presenting. Please, Ms. Brawley, you have the floor.
Yeah, thank you. And I'll briefly say as well, the intent was certainly to make space for everybody to sponsor it. So thank you, Mr. Chair, for making that move. So a resolution, this is AR 2023, number 246, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing Christine Bennell for excellence in service to the municipality. Whereas Christine Bennell has had a long career of public service in Alaska, California, Texas, and Nevada, and whereas Christine served as the Muni's Historic Preservation Officer, staff to the Historic Preservation Commission, oversaw the completion of the Anchorage Historic Preservation Plan, and shepherded the Muni's local landmark register ordinance, and whereas in the course of her career, Christine participated in hundreds of community meetings to engage the public in planning projects, from community councils to the Planning and Zoning Commission, and helped create local plans for Government Hill, Fairview, Mountain View, and East Anchorage. And whereas Christine has worked to revitalize Anchorage through a full update of our downtown plan, zoning updates in Title 21, and recently securing over $1 million in EPA brownfields grants for the municipalities to support assessment and cleanup. And whereas Christine was recognized by her peers as the 2016 Planner of the Year by the Alaska chapter of the American Planning Association, and whereas Christine has been a strong supporter of collaboration between Joint Base Elbendorf-Richardson, JBER, and the Muni, and was selected for the Honorary Commanders Program in 2016, and whereas Christine is a model public servant skilled in the trade of writing policy that works, and while she is retiring on July 31st, 2023, her contributions to the municipality will continue to live on in many well-crafted small details in code and adopted plans. Now, therefore, the Anchorage Assembly recognizes Christine Bennell for her service to the community and to the municipality, passed and approved by the Anchorage Assembly this 25th day of July, 2023.
Well, I wasn't going to cry, and then my kids walked in the door and I burst into tears. I can't leave without saying a few words. You guys know me. Dear Mayor and Assembly members, it's been an honor and a pleasure to serve the people of Anchorage over the last 12 years. My shoes are going to be big to fill, not because of me, but because of the people that fill them with me, including many of you on the Assembly and in the Mayor's office. I couldn't have done this job without my calm and caring mentor, Carol Wong, my team including Tom Davis, Daniel McKenna Foster, and Sue Perry, who were absolutely wonderful. Holly Spoth-Torres, Shanna Zuspin, Carly Lamuth, Craig Lyons, Sylvia Villamides, Jason Motika, Monica Sullivan, Michelle Clauda, Johnny Hayes, Peter Briggs, Melinda Gant, Mike Robbins, Jim Weingartner, Amanda Moser, and the wonderful and patient Melissa Babb have our community and best interest at heart. Each of these people helped me and my team to successes on various planning and code projects completed in a time frame unparalleled for our planning department. Dr. Volin, Kevin, Mr. Cross, Mr. Chair, Meg and Felix gave my team moral support and lots of funding. Close to $1.4 million, by the way. Thank you very much. Unprecedented for the long-range team. You believed in us and the work we were and are doing to make Anchorage a better place for the little guy that needs a home and a job. We will get this job done through code changes, great planning, housing incentives, and focused analysis on what's working and what isn't. The Housing White Paper outlines concrete items the administration and the Assembly controls and can fix. Fixing stuff means change. There will always be opposition to change. That's okay. While we have fewer people, we have more households. Housing demand will only increase as time goes on. Thousands more slope workers and military personnel are coming to Anchorage. We have the responsibility now. We can't wait. I believe with the new and proposed code changes in the works, we will get the housing investment our community needs to support all types of households. My focus over the last few years was to make downtown great again and create plans and code with the community that could be implemented. We started implementation before the ink was dry on the new downtown district plan, and that's because of you all. People keep asking me if I'm leaving Anchorage. Nope, Anchorage is still my town. So you will find me in Arizona or Maui or Texas occasionally, but this is still my home. Most of all, I want to thank my family for supporting me through the years. My daughter, Savannah, my grandkids, Scarlett, Max, Melody, Amanda, Cameron are here with me today, and they are the blessing of my life. Lastly, I have to thank those dear friends who took long walks with me on the coastal trail or other trails around town to help me walk through and work out a problem. Jody just left, but Jody, Melinda, Daniel, you know who you are. I will miss you. Thanks always for believing in our work.
Thank you, everybody. Next, we have item 10D8, Assembly Memorandum AM 571-2023, Executive Appointment Confirmation Hearing, Tiffany Briggs, Real Estate Director. What's the will of the body?
Move to postpone to the meeting of August 8th.
Moved by Ms. Zalatil. Is there a second?
Second.
Moved by Ms. Zalatil, seconded by Ms. Brawley. The motion is to postpone the item to the meeting of August 8th. Is there any discussion?
May I, Mr. Chair?
Ms. Zalatil.
I made the motion so that there's time for the confirmation hearing. Thank you.
And that confirmation hearing, I believe, is scheduled for next Friday? Next Friday, the 4th. So I look forward to that discussion. Members may proceed to vote.
Youth rep, how does youth rep vote?
On a vote of 11-0, the item has passed. The youth member has voted yes. So that item has been continued to the meeting of the 8th of August. Next on the agenda, we have 10D12, AM 575-2023, Library Advisory Board. Donna Moats, Wendy Perkins, Stacy Lang, Amy Sims. What's the will of the body?
Move to postpone to the meeting of August 22nd.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Brawley, seconded by Mr. Rivera. The motion is to postpone the item to the meeting of August
22nd.
22nd. Is there any discussion? Ms. Brawley.
Yeah, just to speak briefly to that. So this is putting forward 4 members for the Library Advisory Board, which I was just trying to look up. I believe it's a 7-member board, so that would be a majority. So it just raises some questions for me, and that's a large number of folks on one approval. And as we know, there's been a history of a lot of back and forth about this board, so I think it would just benefit us to have some more time. And then I understand they meet, I believe, the 3rd week of the month. So if they only have 3 members right now, if there's 4 vacancies, then they would not be able to achieve a quorum. So I believe that would give us some time. Thank you.
You're probably right, but I thought it was a 9-member board. I'm getting a head nod over there. So it's a 9-member board, but that's a fine detail. Well, yeah.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I still believe it would benefit us to take a look at these. And as I understand it, our meeting on the 8th is getting pretty full, so.
Yep, thank you. So the motion is to postpone the item to August 22nd. Anyone else? Hearing? Ms. Branca?
So I actually was going to move to bifurcate, and I felt like we could move forward if we eliminated 2, so I am not in favor of moving this along. I have heard after the last time, Mr. Byrd was telling me he had just had a hard time finding people to fill these boards. I've heard that from Anna Russell, Susan Falk, Julie Haskett, Jen Griffiths, Julie Graham, Carrie Brown have all applied and have not heard back.
So, okay, thank you. Anyone else? We have the motion before us. Members may proceed to vote. On a vote,
Youth rep vote?
the youth rep votes no. On a vote of 8-3, this item has been postponed to the meeting of August 22nd. The next item is 10D14. Ms. Zalatil.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The nominee for the Han Commission is someone who the Anchorage Coalition to End Homelessness, of which I'm the executive director, contracts with his employer, and then he works for a different employer. But I wanted to disclose that relationship. There's no direct economic or direct oversight of this individual by the Anchorage Coalition, but as we have a duty to disclose, I wanted to get that on the record and leave it to you as to whether or not there's a conflict. Thank you.
Just a quick clarification then. You said that he works for a company that contracts with the coalition, but then you said he performs work for someone else?
Yes, he works for an organization that the coalition contracts for services with. So we oversee the contract, but we don't oversee his individual work because he has a different employer.
Okay, I see what you mean. By different employer, you mean the subcontractor to
Correct.
you. Okay. So I'm going to rule at this point that there isn't a conflict. We have a duty to vote, but I welcome anyone to move to override, and we can have a more fulsome discussion if anyone wants. I'm not hearing or seeing any, so the ruling of the chair is there is no conflict. So next we have AM 577-2023, Housing, Homelessness, and Neighborhood Development Hand Commission. William Scott. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Rivera, seconded by Ms. Zalatil. Anyone wish to speak to the item? I'm not seeing anyone, so members may proceed to vote. On a vote
How does
of-
this youth member vote?
Thank you. The youth member votes yes on a vote of 11-0, and the youth member AM 577-2023 has passed the body. Next we have item 10D17, AM 582-2023, recommendation of award of non-encumbering contract with Allied Protection Services, doing business as Allied Universal Security Services, Allied to provide security guard services to the municipality of Anchorage.
Mr. Chair, I believe you skipped 10 Delta 16.
I did. Okay, we'll pivot back then. Next we have item 10D16, AM 579-2023, Anchorage Equal Rights Commission, Lucy Bauer. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve?
Second.
Moved by, I believe it was Ms. Bronga, second by Ms. Zalatil. Any discussion? I see Mr. Rivera in the queue.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. So I am nothing but consistent on the Anchorage Equal Rights Commission appointments. So I'm assuming that no one has had a chance to speak with Ms. Bauer about her appointment on this body. If I'm wrong with that assumption, I would ask for correction. But if not, then I would ask that we postpone, because as I have argued in the past, this is a really important commission, both personally to me, but also to the community at large. And I just want to make sure that whoever gets appointed to this commission is a good fit. I will say the previous, I think it's 4 or 3 appointments that the administration has brought forward, I think have been good fits to the commission. And I have not had any issues with them. So I look forward to asking for a postponement to the meeting of August 8th, I believe it is, and then having a conversation with Ms. Bauer and reporting back to the body. So with that, I'll go ahead and make a motion to postpone action on this item to the meeting of August 8th.
Motion by Mr. Rivera, is there a second?
Second.
Moved by Mr. Rivera, seconded by Ms. Brawley. Is there any discussion? Ms. Bronga, you're in the queue.
So I had pulled this because digging around a little bit, I had saw that Ms. Bauer gave quite large sums of money to one of the mayor's staffers and Tuckerman Babcock. And to me, it just looks, Equal Rights Commission, it just looks very political to give that kind of money to a candidate for a certain party. And I had concerns of that.
Okay, so the motion is to postpone. Mr. Cross.
I'm pretty sure that our courts have ruled that money is speech, and I don't want to punish somebody because they make legal contributions to a political party. Thank you.
All right, so again, I'll hew us back. The motion is a motion to postpone. Anyone wish to speak to that motion? So hearing and seeing none, members may proceed to vote. And I would just say thank you, Mr. Rivera, for your consistency in ensuring that these folks are spoken with.
How does the youth rep vote?
The youth vote is yes, and this item, the members vote 8-3. So this item has been postponed. Did we pick a date? August 8th. Thanks. Okay, next, back to attendee 17, Assembly Memorandum AM 582-2023, recommendation of award of non-encumbering contract with Allied Protection Services doing business as Allied Universal Security Services, Allied to provide security guard services to the municipality of Anchorage. And what's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Zalatel, seconded by Member Vaughn. Ms. Zalatel.
Thank you. I wanted to ask a question and then possibly move an amendment. I believe the title of this might be wrong. It should be, isn't it Universal Protection Services doing business as Allied Universal Security? Or is the title correct? I guess there was some confusion when it was brought up earlier today.
I might add a little flavor to that. The title of the item doesn't match the title in the memorandum.
Through the chair, I'm not sure if Purchasing Director Alger knows an answer to that. If not, we can chase it down.
And it might not be the title in the memorandum, but the name of the company. It's flipped one way or the other. We don't know which is which.
Mr. Chair, we'll try to do a little research here.
Can I also ask a follow-up question?
Sure.
So, Mr. Colhase, this appears to be the primary security contract for MOA buildings, and it's switching from what appears to be our current contractor, which is Securitas, to another vendor. Could you talk a little bit about how a transition like that would go? Because we're used to seeing certain faces and interacting with security staff, and can you just talk us through that a little bit?
Yes, through the chair to Member Zalatel. I can try, and if not, we can have, I believe Lance Wilbers in the building as well to help. The plan right now is that we are going to extend the Securitas contract. I believe they have tentatively agreed to that to provide a little more time for Allied Security to become very familiar with the needs of the municipality. We'll coordinate with them. My understanding is that in the past, there have been employees who have moved from security company to security company, but that's up to the management of the companies to see how that happens. Our role, and primarily maintenance and operations role, will be to coordinate with Allied as they come in to make sure they specifically understand the needs of the, I believe, 9 buildings where they provide security services.
Okay, so I guess we can hold on this item. We have just a couple more items to go through on the consent agenda when we make the call of which form we're going to use for the final document. So is it Universal Protection Services DBA, or is it Allied Protection Services DBA? So thank you. Next, we'll come back to this item. On the agenda, we have item 10F4. Item 10F4 is AIM 146-2023, recommendations of Don Young Naming Panel. Ms. Brawley, or what's the will of the body here?
Move to postpone to the meeting of September 12th, consistent with, I think it's item 10G8, which is scheduled for public hearing on the 12th of September.
All right, thank you. So we have a motion to postpone this. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Seconded by Ms. Bronga. Ms. Zalatel, or do you want to speak to it first, Ms. Brawley?
Yeah, I noticed that there was an item for introduction and it won't be back in September, so I thought it might be more useful for us to look again at this information report at this time.
Oh, yeah, Ms. Zalatel.
Thank you. While I appreciate that, I think accepting the report now is probably fine, and that the packet that is introduced is actually inclusive of this information already. So I think we can go ahead and accept this tonight and know that it is going to ride along because it's with the introduced item, as long as that item gets introduced tonight in the 10Gs. Thank you.
So the motion is to postpone this item to the meeting of September 12th. Anyone else wish to speak to it? Okay, members may proceed to vote.
How does the youth rep vote?
The youth member votes no, and on a vote of 3 to 8, the motion fails. What's the will of the body then?
Move to accept?
Second.
Moved by Ms. Zalatel, seconded by, I think, Mr. Bond. The motion is to accept the report. Any discussion? Hearing and seeing none, members may proceed to vote.
How does the youth rep vote?
The youth member votes yes. AM 146-2023 has been accepted on a vote of 11-0. I will note that for personal reasons, Mr. Presvidio is unable to attend tonight, but he did ask that the naming resolution that is also on the agenda tonight, which is tangentially related to this item, be postponed as well. And so we'll come to that shortly. I'm guessing the co-sponsors are prepared for that motion. Okay, so next on the agenda, we have item 10G1. Ms. Zalatel? That's right. AO 2023-80, an ordinance authorizing the retention of tax foreclosed properties for public purposes and disposal for less than fair market value to ACDA. Ms. Zalatel?
Move to introduce and set the public hearing for August 22nd.
Second.
Third. All right, so a motion to introduce set public hearing by Ms. Zalatel, seconded by Member Vaughn, and third by Mr. Rivera. Thank you. That concludes action on that item tonight. Next, we have item 10G3. Ms. Brawley?
That was actually me.
Oh, I'm sorry, Ms. Bronga.
Yeah, it was a
Sorry.
little blooper, so I just want to move to introduce.
Second.
And set for public hearing, but August 8th.
All right, so moved by Ms. Bronga, seconded by Ms. Zalatal. Third by Mr. Rivera. Do you have that, Madam Clerk?
It's as it is in the agenda.
Mr. Salt?
Just curious if we're going to hear why we want to postpone.
Yeah, it's not being, it was a mistake, she said. Yeah, it was a mistake. So, there you go. So, are we good? Yeah. Thank you. Next on the agenda, it's crazy how fast we're going through this. We have item 10G8, Ms. Bronga.
So the public hearing has been set for September 12th, so move to introduce.
And still set the public hearing for the 12th. Second.
Third. Okay, so we have a motion by Ms. Braga, seconded by Ms. Zalatil, third by Mr. Rivera to set the public hearing, which it already was, for 9/12/2023. So if there's, oh wait, yeah, we have to go back to 10D17, finish that item. Did we conclude on 10D17 which form we're going to go with? Mr. Collies?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Done some research on the website for the company. It appears that their correct name is, in fact, Allied Protection Services, doing business as Allied Universal Security Services. That's my best read from the website. The purchasing director is upstairs doing some research, but I'm pretty comfortable that this is accurate.
Okay, so the title is accurate, the header in the
recommendation of award memo
memorandum
is incorrect.
Is incorrect, but Mr. Gates, is there any need to correct that? So I can restate it, Mr. Gates. We're on item 10D17, and this is the one where the title doesn't match the memorandum name of the business. The title of the item is correct. That was published on the agenda. The memorandum is slightly backwards. Do we need to fix it, or can we let it go?
One moment, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Mr. Collies.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For Mr. Gates, I just want to make sure that when you use the term memorandum, you're not referring to the AM. You're referring to the memorandum that is a recommendation of award that is incorrect.
That's right. It's not the assembly memorandum. It's the attachment to the assembly memorandum.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you. As I understand it, the assembly memorandum and the title of the assembly memorandum has the correct name of the business. The memorandum attached, originating from the contract administrator, had an incorrect name. To me, this approval, I think if it's clear, there's no confusion with some other similarly named party or entity out there, that we don't necessarily need to correct it, but it could be corrected as Scrivener's error if this is very clear, and we're stating here on the record what the correct name is. And in addition, I think that the approval, if it's clear it's for a contract to a specific party, it's actually the contract and the name that's identified in the contract document that's going to govern the contractual relationship between the municipality and this business.
So one follow-up to that, Mr. Gates. Scrivener's error is something usually that can be corrected by the clerk, but in this case, this is a document that's from the Purchasing, Maintenance, and Operations Department, actually. And so if they're going to correct it, do they have the authority to just resubmit the corrected version? Because we don't have a document to make that correction. It's not a standard, it's not the AM.
You could have it resubmitted, or you could have them state here on record that that's an identified error that they are aware of, and have sufficient sufficient documentation to demonstrate the Scrivener error.
So would a clerk's note be sufficient?
I believe so.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Collies?
Mr. Chair, I'm glad we did not proceed to having you vote. The purchasing director pulled up the contract forms that were submitted by the vendor, and in fact, they submitted their forms as Universal Protection Service, LP, doing business as Allied Universal Security Systems. So the recommendation award memo appears to be correct. The AM is in fact in error.
Okay, yep. So congratulations, purchasing. You got that one. So that one in your favor. So is there an amendment?
Yeah, move to amend line 4, striking Allied and inserting Universal.
Second.
Yeah. Just the AM. Yeah, it was moved by Ms. Alto, seconded by Mr. Bond. You good? All right. Any discussion? Hearing and seeing none, members may proceed to vote on the amendment. On a vote of 11.
How does the student member vote? Thank you.
The youth member votes yes. On a vote of 11-0, the AM 582-2023 as amended has passed the body. Has been amended. I'm sorry, you're right. I got ahead of myself. Has been amended. Now, the main motion. Anyone wish to speak to the item? Hearing and seeing none, members may proceed to vote. Good catch.
And how does the student member vote?
The youth member votes yes, and on a vote of 11-0, AM 582-2023 as amended has passed the body. So I think that concludes our consent agenda, and we will take our regularly scheduled break now. Let us get back to the business. I call us back to order. The next item we have on the agenda is item 11A, AM 524-2023, Urban Design Commission, Trevor Strait. Action was postponed from 7/11/2023 to permit a 10-day public review with no motion pending. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Zalatel, seconded by Mr. Rivera. Anyone wish to discuss this item? Hearing and seeing none, members may proceed to vote. The youth member, oh wait, we're waiting.
And how does the youth member vote?
The youth member votes yes on a vote of 11-0. AM 524-2023 has passed the body. Next, we have item 11B, Assembly Memorandum 527-2023, Amendment Number 2 to contract with Roger Hickle Contracting, Inc., RHC, to provide general contracting services for capital improvement projects for MOA Merrill Field. Action was postponed from 7/11/2023. Ms. Brawley moved to approve, seconded by Ms. Zalatel, so there's a motion to approve on the floor. I have Ms. Zalatel in the queue.
Thank you. I hope we can move forward with approving this item tonight, and just wanted to thank Mr. Sewell and his team for coming and presenting to us at Enterprise and Utility Oversight Committee. The additional memorandum provided was very helpful, and if additional amendments are coming forward in the future, that format would work really well. Thank you.
Ms. Brawley.
Yeah, thank you. I would also urge support of this item. I had a chance to meet with Mr. Sewell yesterday and discuss these projects in a little more detail as well as some additional future needs at the airport. So I would also encourage my fellow members, if you haven't already, to go have a meeting with him and learn about what's happening at Merrill Field. And then I'll also note that I know there was discussion about the limits on these funds. The deadline for spending them, including completion of projects, is April 30th, 2024. And I know that the Merrill Field staff have already been pursuing a request for extension from FAA. And again, I'll state just again publicly that if the Assembly can help in that process or support and ask for extension due especially to our short construction period and our season and our difficulty sourcing materials, then happy to do that. Thank you.
Thank you. So I would just add that there have been some discussions with leadership about ways to approach the CMGC issue, and so we are in discussions about some very narrow improvements, I would say, some might disagree, to that section of the code, which continues to provide challenges to us as the fiduciary agents of the municipality. And so those who have a financial responsibility for the purse of this municipality. Anyhow, with that said, I urge your support as well. Members may proceed to vote.
And how does the youth member vote?
The youth member votes yes, and on a vote of 11-0, AM 527-2023, amendment number 2 to contract with Agricultural Contracting has passed the body. Next, Ms. Alatel.
Thank you. I move to change the order of the day to move item 11C to after 14H.
Second.
So we have a motion to change the order of the day by Ms. Zalatel, seconded by Mr. Rivera. Ms. Zalatel.
Thank you. The grant agreement in 11C references the terms of the lease as the controlling provision, and the lease is in item 14H, so it just makes sense to take them up in that sequence. Thank you.
Anyone else wish to speak to this? Hearing and seeing none, members may proceed to vote.
And how does the student representative vote?
The youth rep votes yes, and on a vote of 11-0, the order of the day has been changed to take up item 11C after 14H. Next, we have item 11D, AO 2023-48, an ordinance repealing Anchorage Municipal Code, Chapter 3.97, naming of municipal buildings, other fixed facilities, and public places.
Waive reading.
Thank you. Public hearing was closed 4/18/2023 at a special meeting. Action was postponed from 4/18/2023. There's no motion pending. What's the will of the body? Mr. Rivera.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Move to postpone to the meeting of August 22nd.
Second.
So there's a motion to postpone by Mr. Rivera, seconded by Mr. Volland, and to August 22nd. Any discussion of the motion?
If I may, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Rivera.
Thank you. So we just need a little bit more time to get this in good form and ready for a vote. And Mr. Perez-Verdia, who isn't here today, asked for a couple more meetings for us to continue to refine this ordinance. Thanks.
All right. Anyone else? Hearing and seeing none, members may proceed to vote. The motion to postpone.
How does the youth representative vote?
The youth representative votes yes. AO 2023-48 has been postponed to the meeting of August 22nd. Next, we have item 13A, AO 2023-60, an ordinance of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly approving the basis of design concept submitted by the Port of Alaska Modernization Program and Design Advisory Board.
Waive reading.
Thank you. Public hearing was opened 6/20/2023, continued from that date to now, 13A5, AIM 145-2023. Anchorage Port Commission letter of continued support for adopting a Port of Alaska tariff surcharge was included. It appears there's no motion pending. Oh, we got a public hearing. Thank you, Ms. Alatel. Public hearing on this item is now open. Anyone wish to speak to this item? Anyone at all? Public hearing on this item is now closed. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Zalatel, seconded by Mr. Cross. Ms. Zalatel?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There appear to be a number of amendments for 13A. If we could do those first.
Mr. Chair, point of information.
Ms. Brawley?
So are we, I'm just wanting to remember which version we're looking at, because I know we have multiple S versions in the original ordinance.
Not for 13A. That's for the second item related to the port, which does have an S version.
No, so 13A does. It has
13A does, yes.
several.
It was a move to approve the S1.
Okay, thank you.
Take just a minute to get this clarified. All right, so we do have a couple of amendments. I am not sure if they play the same way with the S1 as they do with the S version. So to the movers of the amendment, do you know? And if that's the case, let's proceed. Ms. Brawley.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. The documents that we have before us of the amendments are drafted for the S, but there's an equivalent version for the S1, and they conceptually do the same thing. So I will go ahead and move amendment number 1 to 2023-S1, or sorry, Brawley and Voland amendment number 1.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Brawley, seconded by Mr. Voland. Ms. Brawley.
Yeah, thank you. So this amendment, for folks tracking, it's number 1. It says S, but it would also apply for the S1. And it is adding a whereas clause stating, essentially, the port, this project has been in the works for a long time, and there's multiple phases. And a big part of that is the federal permitting that's required because there needs to be construction in the water. It affects the number of pilings that would be needed if the size of the dock changes. And so this simply, oh, thank you for putting it up on the screen. Thank you. So this, the version that's up on the screen actually does include both a whereas clause and a change to section 1. Sorry, I'm pulling up the old version of this as well, just so I can track it. But essentially, it states that, that regardless of what the final details of the design is for both terminal, for terminal 1 and terminal 2, although this is the one that addresses terminal 1, but my intent is to move the next one that addresses terminal 2, that the maximum size or the maximum width for that dock would not exceed 120 feet because that is consistent with our federal permitting. So again, the Assembly's job is not to dictate all of the design terms that are here, but I feel like this one is critical because what we've heard from the engineers in the port is that, one of the biggest risks to the timeline of this project would be if we have to go back and redo federal permitting or significantly change federal permitting such that it would exceed what's already allowed in the permit, which includes this dock width of 120 feet, which again has implications for the number of pilings, which impacts the ability to construct and with belugas. So this is not different than what's already being proposed, but it just simply states, it puts that parameter on the project.
So I just want to suggest, I'm looking at the S1, the line and page doesn't work. Because page 2, line 15 of the S1 version is section B. Unless we're adding it as a second whereas.
Mr. Chair.
Yep, Mr. Rivera.
Yeah, thanks. So I was in the queue to address that. So it should be line 31 should be the new line for the S1 version.
Page 2, line 31?
Yep.
Is that, do you agree?
Yes, thank you. And I'm trying to find, I had a draft version that did specify for the S1, so I'm trying to find that. But if that's correct, then yes, it should go in the same general place.
And second agrees.
All right. Helpful information, Mr. Rivera. Thank you. Okay. So now, anyone else wish to discuss this amendment? Mr. Rivera, you're in the queue. That was it. Anyone else?
Well, Mr. Chair, I think we need to, that second piece, also correct that line. So section 1, uniform dot.
Mr. Chair, I found the reference.
37, yes, thank you. Line 37.
Does everyone agree? No objection to that? So the changes the clerk made to the main motion, or to the motion there is line 31 and line 37. All in agreement, okay. Now, anyone else wish to speak to the merits of this? Hearing and seeing none, members may proceed to vote on the amendment.
And the student rep?
Youth member votes yes on the amendment. The vote on that amendment is 11-0. Next, we have Brawley Amendment number 2.
Thanks. I move Brawley and Voland Amendment number 2.
Second.
Okay, a motion is made by Ms. Brawley, seconded by Mr. Vaughn. Ms. Brawley?
Yes, thank you. And this is, again, I'm tracking down the wording. First, I'll state, I believe the section 3 would be page 3 beginning at line 7, as opposed to page 2 beginning at line 25. This would be inserting a new section 3.
So we have a motion and a second. Do you want to speak to it other than that?
Yeah, sorry, I'll briefly state, this one does deal with Terminal 2, whereas the first one dealt with Terminal 1, and it's the same principle, which is that our federal permitting is submitted for something that is up to 120 feet in dock width, and then so this states, in terms of looking at the options for Terminal 2, that it will look at the continuous and contiguous dock face, same seismic criteria, a dock width that does not specify 120 feet, but still leaves open to be smaller, because I know that's something we're still considering. And then it also more affirmatively states where a terminal fuel unloading facility should be included for the period that the current one is not able to be used. So I believe there was a previous version that did not affirmatively state that. It just said whether we should decide to do that. So that's the intent of these amendments.
Thank you, Ms. Salatel.
Thank you. I can't support this amendment because I don't agree with the first part of Section 3. In fact, the amendment I'm waiting for on this that I believe is about to be passed out does, as I indicated at the work session, asks us to commence on design to two alternatives consistent with the intermediate and then the design advisory board recommendation to a point where we can have enough information to look at the cost differential. And this here would be saying we already agreed to a continuous and contiguous dock face with Terminal 1. And I don't know that that's actually going to be the result of that design effort. And it also still keeps in the current Section 2. This is just an addition and not a deletion, and I'm not comfortable with the current Section 2 as is in this AO. I think that that's contrary to what we've heard from the needs of the port and of one of the users, and I think we just need more information. We're just at still a low enough design percentage that any costing is still with a plus or minus differential of around 30%, and at hundreds of millions of dollars, I would just prefer to have more information before we proceed to commit to something more firm on Terminal 2. Thank you.
A number of people in the queue. I have Mr. Salt first.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was just curious if Mr. Bufo is here to comment or available.
Steve?
Through the chair, yes, Mr. Rebuffo is available. He may not have heard the question.
Hey, Steve.
The mic is off.
Just want to get your comments on the amendment.
There you go.
Yeah, apologies for being distracted, and I didn't hear the question, I'm sorry.
Just want to get your comments on this second amendment.
And that's what I was talking about with Eric Adams, who represents Jacobs Engineering. This is fine. We can work that into the design. Pass that instruction on to the designer of record and see what he comes back with.
Mr. Gates.
Never mind, thank you.
Mr. Constant?
Thanks. I'm going to ask the members to please consider voting this item down and going with the version that Ms. Salatel has crafted. It's been done strongly in consultation with various parties, and it achieves, I think, effectively the same goal, but it does it in a way that is more comprehensive and more broadly looking at the whole thing. And so it might be slightly different, but I would ask the members to consider going with Ms. Zalatel's approach. So,
Thank you.
next, since you haven't spoken, Mr. Bolland.
Thank you. So I kind of spoke to this in the work session that we had, but I think this project, as many infrastructure mega projects are wont to do, has ballooned. And I think that we need to put some type of sort of ceiling, some type of cap, some type of parameter on how far we're willing to go with this, especially when, currently the port is operating at 40% capacity. And I do worry about overbuilding this. And I appreciate having, multiple designs and a cost analysis, but I think I worry about, going over, that we would potentially have yet another proposal come before us to go, even more than the 120 feet. So I think maybe the co-sponsor of this amendment may speak to, may be willing to amend our amendment. But for me, sort of the meat of this, having it not exceed 120 feet and be consistent with the existing federal permit application that's the most important part to me. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Ms. Brawley.
Yeah, thank you. First, I'll clarify my understanding about the continuous and contiguous dock face is in the recent conversations. I don't believe that portion of it is in question anymore, and so I may be wrong. It doesn't necessarily mean that Terminal 2 becomes the same size as Terminal 1, but it means that they have a continuous dock face in the front. So that's the intent of that one. So again, we can debate that. And then I'll also say, to Member Volan's point, I heard in the work session as well that it is going to be a challenge to expeditiously produce cost estimates or produce that design and the associated cost. And so this is intended to give some strong parameters, because we've heard a lot of different numbers over the last couple months, just giving, also recognizing that we need to give them a clear scope that's realistic. And so again, I'm open to taking some of these things off, such as the design, seismic design criteria. I do feel strongly about the 120 feet because of the federal permitting. I've heard from folks that we need to account for where the fuel unloading is going to happen during that period. So I believe those things are important, but also I appreciate Member Zalatel's work, and I believe that this doesn't set things in stone so much that it does not leave any room for consideration or for different options.
Mayor Bronson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have to agree with Ms. Brawley here quite strenuously. The continuous contiguous dock face with Terminal 1, as we talk about Terminal 2, is absolutely essential to the long-term success of this project. The essence of this, and I think we're all in agreement, Terminal 1 is what gets us to food security, and I think we're all focused on that. But at the end of the day, we do have to look at a service life of a port that's nearly 70 years, and having a continuous front and contiguous dock front is really important. What happens on the shore side of Terminal 2, we can determine that later, as Ms. Brawley said, but the front is the important part here, and we do have to have that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Ms. Zalatel. Wait, Mr. Johnson hasn't spoken.
Yeah, thank you. I understand the concerns raised by members Volin and Brawley, and there are certainly elements in this amendment that I think merit consideration, but I do believe that Member Zalatel's amendment provides just, I think, generally a better framework for how to go about making this decision or the decisions relating to Terminal 2. I think we need to make sure we get it right. And to go through the exercise to establish what the cost differential is between various designs so that we feel confident we're making an informed decision, and then also distinguishing between the necessary and the nice-to-have elements, I just think speaks to the best approach. And so I am disinclined to vote in favor of amendment number 2 on the table, and then to take up Ms. Zalatel's amendment number 3, and I think, in that debate, I think there might be elements of Brawley's amendment that I would consider incorporating after the fact, but at this time, I think it's Member Zalatel's amendment that I'm inclined to support first.
Ms. Zalatel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I think what members Brawley and Voland are trying to do here are, in a lot of ways, incorporated in the alternate amendment I've provided, because it references current designs that have been contemplated, and nothing in the Design Advisory Board recommendation for Terminal 1 suggests anything beyond 120 feet width. And it certainly suggests a continuous and contiguous dock face, but it just simply says, in addition to what the Design Advisory Board has done, let's also look at that intermediate design that's come forward for Terminal 2, and let's do some comparison, and let's determine what are the absolute must-haves and what are the like-to-haves and who wants what. So I think we still, frankly, get to all the criteria that are in the amendment before us just by reference as to these other two designs. Because I didn't see anything from the Design Advisory Board's recommendations or in the intermediate design that would have exceeded the width. And I know the DAB recommendation definitely had the same seismic criteria and the continuous and contiguous dock face. Thank you.
Mayor Bronson, no, Mr. Myers.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm wondering if Mr. Rebufo has had a chance to read Ms. Zalatel's amendment and get his comments on that as well.
Mr. Rebufo.
Okay, yeah. Through the chair, yeah, yes, I have, and I brought down Eric Adams here with me. I'm gonna try and say when we reviewed it, what we like to recommend with respect to Section 2 is a little bit of a variation from what's in this, because we think there's a faster, cheaper way to get that information, in that when we advance the design to 65% for Terminal 1, which will be by I think the end of December of this year, we can use the information gathered in that effort to do all the estimating that's necessary to look at what the changes that, the various changes that we're talking about for Terminal 2 would cost. And I think that's a faster way of getting to the to what it is you're looking for. Eric, did I misspeak?
Well, I just clarifying question, Mr. Buffo. I think this says, Section 2, that it would be a design that has two outputs, one that is the DAB, the Design Advisory Board, and one that's the intermediate. So how you get there isn't so important, but that you get both. I think, doesn't it say the same thing as you just suggested? What would you suggest changing?
Okay, Eric, why don't you go ahead, because...
Is it on?
It's on.
Assembly constant, number constant.
Actually, I should call a point of order on myself here. What's going on here is we're debating an amendment that's not on the floor. And so it's because we have two paradigms of two amendments. Now, Mr. Myers, you have the floor. And so I would ask you to re-ask your question, and let's get back to that. And then if we do get to the Second Amendment, then we should have the discussion about how the Second Amendment could be more properly phrased. So, Mr. Myers, I'm sorry.
That's okay. I'll try to figure out how to rephrase the question where I can get an answer I'm comfortable with. I'm curious his opinion from the two amendments presented. If we're voting for one amendment, is that going to correlate with the Second Amendment? Or, as you suggested, voting down Ms. Brawley and Mr. Voland's amendment to take up Ms. Zalatel's amendment? But I would like his opinion on both before I'm comfortable moving forward on a vote with the first one.
Mr. Buffalo.
I think for me, it's really a 6 of one, half a dozen of the other. I mean, whatever you are comfortable with respect to how you want to make these changes is going to be fine with us, because we understand in the end what it is you're looking for us to deliver to you with respect to Terminal 2 and what the decision you want to make as to what the final design of that is, basis of design for that is going to look like. I think we might have been thrown off a little bit by the design shall commence to a point on two alternatives. and maybe it is semantics and I'm just not understanding what the ask is, but I think we can provide that once we're at 65% on Terminal 1, and you'll get what you need. And if we're saying the same thing, then I'm not going to quibble over the wording of it.
Mr. Myers? Okay, thank you. Mr. Bronson?
Steve, you guys, you and Eric could stay up there. Is what I'm being told here is if the Zalatel amendment passes, it will significantly actually increase the final cost of the port, where the Brawley amendment will not. Is that true, or is that not?
I don't know the answer to that.
If we enhance the design on T2 to show two different alternatives, which is the intermediate design, which I mentioned on Friday, which would be about 69 feet, and we have to advance the T2 design to 120 feet, we'd have to incur those costs to advance those designs on Assemblyperson Zalatel's amendment. What Steve mentioned is we can address Zalatel's amendment by using the T1 costs and extrapolate them forward to get the answer that the Assembly is looking for.
Okay, so did we answer in there somewhere which one costs more? My focus, no, and Steve obviously knows this over the last couple of years, is to get to a uniform front. What happens on the shore side of T2 is left up to discussion. We've talked about this many times, and we can adapt that later on, and we pay pro rata per piling, essentially, or per foot. But by not having ensconced in this ordinance or in whatever passes, by not having a continuous and contiguous dock face, we create a problem. Is that true or not?
And again, I'll let me if I'm wrong, but I think the right answer is that there needs to be some dock in Terminal 2. I know what my preference would be, but what that intermediate design provides, if that is in the end what is determined to be the case, then we will make that work.
But to answer Mr. Meyer's question here, I need to, which option costs more, and if one does cost more, why? Because I'm not clear on this, and I'm asking for myself.
No, and that's, we appreciate that, and I think the answer can be had. We finished the 65% design on Terminal 1 and have some cost components that we could use to calculate what the cost of expanding the width of Terminal 2 would be, with a little bit more certainty than what I think we have now.
If I may follow up, Mr. Chair, because I'm like them, I need to get to an answer on this, and I thought we had this. If you had your choice right now, what is the best option? What amendment here? Is it the Zalatel amendment or is it the Brawley amendment? Which one is a better one at this time? And the Assembly, I think, needs to know that, as do I.
Which would you prefer? We need to continue this dock phase at Terminal 1, which we have. Yeah. This will work. This will give us, we're going to do the same thing.
As long as T2 has a continuous dock phase.
Yeah. Okay, I think what we would recommend is to go with the Zalatel amendment, as long as the understanding is that we are looking at a continuous dock face.
For T2.
For T2.
Mayor Bronson, do you relinquish the floor?
Yes, Mr. Chair, thank you very much.
So a quick clarifying question, Steve. The intermediate design that was approved by the Design Advisory Board.
But not voted on yet.
That was a long time ago, right?
Right.
The immediate one, it was done a long time ago.
Okay.
And it was approved unanimously, is what I was
Yes.
told. Does that have the continuous dock face?
It does.
This is a circular conversation.
I
And
think
so the point of having it structured this way was so that it's the intermediate design and the Design Advisory Board recommendation that hasn't been voted on yet, which is the full thing. So that's what the conversation is about on that amendment. And so I thank you, Ms. Brawley.
Yeah, thank you. I had a question for Mr. Rebuffo. So we've been talking about the dock face, but the other question was, what in the intermediate design or basically the two options that we're looking at, not the two amendments, but the two design options generally, do both of those currently contemplate where fuel on the port would be unloaded during the point that the current fuel terminal is not operational? Meaning the one that's being operated now and wouldn't be, I believe, in the way, right? If it's during the construction period, is that right?
No, I understand the question, and the best way to answer that right now is because we're very early in the entire design for the cargo docks is we understand and appreciate that there's going to be a requirement for another fuel offloading facility, whether it turns out to be temporary or could actually turn out to be permanent, that's located somewhere on the cargo docks. And part of the direction that we're going to give to the designer of record is to help us figure out where it makes the most sense to do that from cost, from long-term, how does it integrate with the cargo operations there, and how much plumbing is going to be required, and where it's going to be, and on and on and on. There's a lot that has to be considered with respect to where you're going to place it. That's part of what we know is the responsibility for us to deliver, and we're going to do that for sure, because we owe it to the users. One petroleum terminal we know is definitely not enough. And two is most necessary when all this is over with. The where of placing it, though, we'd like a little bit of flexibility to sort that out.
Okay, thank you. And I'll just state that I do support the concept of looking at multiple designs and understanding the cost differential so that we can make an informed decision. So I'll say to my fellow members too, if it's not the will of the body to move this amendment, I don't see the Zalatel amendment being in conflict with this one. I think it's just, this one provides more specifics, but it's not things that are wildly outside of what's being discussed. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, members may proceed to vote on this amendment.
And how does the student representative vote?
So the youth member votes no, and on a vote of 5 to 6, the amendment has failed to pass. So next.
Move Zalatel Amendment number 3.
I have a motion to approve Zalatel Amendment 3, seconded by Mr. Rivera. Ms. Zalatel.
Thank you. We've spoken to Section 2 pretty extensively. The language here is to do what the port has suggested, to be able to extrapolate costs. The idea is to make sure, though, that the design on the intermediate section, because it is different than the DAB recommended design for Terminal 1, commences to a point that you can actually give us a cost differential with a substantial degree of certainty. So extrapolation is fine. However, realizing the intermediate design has not proceeded very far, if there are pieces that cannot be extrapolated, the purpose would be to have to engage in some of that design. Second, Section 3 is to be really clear about what the Port of Alaska needs as design elements that are necessary for port operations, and distinguish those from those design elements that are desired by a user or a user group, and distinguishing those costs. My hope is that if this amendment passes, and once we get our port design, is that we have a menu of options. We have the must-haves, would like to haves, and user specifics. And we talked a little bit at the work session on Friday about the financing mechanisms for those various components. Really, the intent here is that when we move into construction on Terminal 1, and when we get ready to move into construction on Terminal 2, we can assure the public that we have thoroughly looked at the options, that we are picking options that allow the Port of Alaska to function as the Port of Alaska is intended to, and that we have a good plan of finance in place that doesn't place the cost considerably on consumers, and keeps the user groups wanting to continue to use the port, so that the port is a viable and continuing enterprise. So that's this amendment. Thank you. Mr. Constant.
Thank you. So where the previous amendment and this amendment, I think, could find common cause are on two of the items in particular that I think would be worthy of moving forward. And that is the seismic standard, that statement. I don't know that it's been clearly stated anywhere, and that just an overt statement that we want to include temporary fuels. Those two items don't create any additional kind of skewing of what the intent was behind Ms. Zalatel's amendment. And so I would suggest that those two could be amended here if a member were interested in adding that specific language somewhere. Thank you, Ms. Zalatel. Were you trying to get in the queue, Ms. Rowley? Yes. Yeah, I thought so, and then you were there and you weren't. So go ahead.
Thank you. So first I'll state I support the concept of this amendment. I will also move I guess a verbal amendment. Amending this amendment to add the following elements I believe it might be cleanest to just add a new section 4 stating that the design of Terminal 2, the design options for Terminal 2 shall include the same seismic design criteria as Terminal 1, comma, a dock width not to exceed 120 feet, comma, consistent with the existing federal permit application, comma, or semicolon, and a location, and specifying a location for temporary fuel unloading facility, period.
Second.
So we have a motion by Ms. Brawley, seconded by Mr. Volland. Just one second.
Where's Raleigh amendment number 2? Design criteria. Is it just? Yeah, but I wanted to know. A uniform. Oops. Uniform.
So I recommend you take out Terminal 2 for the petroleum, because it should leave the maximum flexibility for the put it.
Okay, so. We'll go back to that when you get back to your seat, but then shall include the same seismic design criteria as Terminal 1. A uniform dock width not to exceed 120 feet.
Consistent with the existing, so yeah, keep that in mind.
All right, so Ms. Zalatel.
Thanks. I don't know if the movers of the amendment would be open to this, but I would recommend it be just Section 2A. It would flow better since Section 3 then goes back and talks about Terminals 1 and 2. Ms. Brawley beat me to an amendment to the amendment. I think that this is still really quite specific, and I don't know that there has to be temporary fuel unloading facility at Terminal 2. In fact, I think the intermediate design and the DAB recommended design leaves it open to being at Terminal 1 or 2, and this suggests that it needs to be at Terminal 2. So if we could possibly get rid of that piece of the language and then possibly make it a subsection of a subsection to Section 2, I could agree with this amendment to the amendment. I think it adds that additional specificity, but doesn't add any additional elements beyond what Section 2 had really contemplated. Thank you.
And yeah, as the sponsor and my co-sponsor, we're both okay with that.
Yep, second agrees.
So could you help the clerk to discern what that language change would be before we proceed? Raleigh?
Yes, thank you, and thank you for your patience, everyone. So we just worked out what the amendment is, and I'll look to my co-mover to see if this is agreeable. It now states the design options for Terminal 2 shall still include the same seismic design criteria as Terminal 1, a dock width, not a uniform dock width, but a dock width not to exceed 120 feet consistent with the permitting application, and then we have removed reference to the location of the fuel terminal so that we're not implying that it needs to be on Terminal 2.
Works for me.
All right, Mayor Bronson.
Thank you again, Mr. Chair. I'll ask Steve to come up again, but we've caught something here that I think is absolutely very germane to this issue. Section 3, line 1, we need Terminal 1 to be struck. The reason being is we don't want to go back and look at design of Terminal 1 again. That creates a huge delay. And then lines 4 and 5, it says by desired or but desired by user or user group, including the costs associated with such elements. We do not give users any design authority whatsoever. at all. These docks are the property of the people of Anchorage, and by giving them that authority, then as tacit as this is, it gives them the ability to influence the design, and we're designing a port for a 75-year lifespan, and operators, for those of us who have been here for quite a while, we've seen operators come and go for decades. They always come and go. So we need to get to a uniform dock, and I'll let Steve explain further. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
So before that, though, the clerk reminds me that we are on an amendment to the amendment, and it's not germane. So once we finish this amendment, then we'll be to the point where that conversation is proper. So the question before us now is shall we amend the amendment to add a section that states design options for Terminal 2 shall include the same seismic design criteria as T1 and a dock width not to exceed 120 feet consistent with the existing federal permit application. So if there's no further discussion on that, I would ask members to vote. Mr. Myers.
I would just like to get the board director's comments if he's amenable to this amended amendment.
Steve. The question was, are you okay with this amendment?
To the matter, this is to the matter that the
This
mayor brought up?
amendment, not the mayor's question, the amendment of, it's just adding some of the meat from the previous amendment that didn't pass into this amendment.
No, I think we're okay with what has been said previous.
Okay. So that's the answer, Mr. Myers. Anyone else? Hearing and seeing none, members may proceed to vote on the amendment to the amendment. The youth member votes yes on 11-0. That amendment has passed. We're now to the amended amendment. Ms. Zalatel. Oh, I'm sorry, Steve. You had a question from the mayor. Now would be the proper time.
I think I'd like to start this part by just asking for a point of clarification from Member Zalatel on Section 3. As I think I read this, what you're suggesting here is that the port is going to work with the designer of record to define those elements that we believe are required for the betterment of the port. And there will be inputs from the users that they would like to see. Some of those we may agree with. Some of them they will not. We will not. And the ones that we don't agree with, we're going to cost out. And if they are going to be included, they're going to be included at the user cost, not in the cost of the program as we set it up. Did I understand that correctly? Because I think we've had this conversation before about...
Yes, that's what that's intended to do, because you shared at the work session on Friday that previously user requirements that weren't port requirements have been added to the port at user expense. And so we just need to know what those elements are and be aware of how those can be financed separately from those elements that are essential to the Port of Alaska and its operations.
So after reading this a few times, that sunk in with me. All right, thank you.
Ms. Zalatel. Oh, Mr. Bronson. Second time on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, Steve, Steve? Yeah.
Exit stage left.
Thanks, Steve. The notion of having, as we spoke with Eric, the notion of having Terminal 1 in Section 3, does that create a problem, or does that open the window for redesign of Terminal 1? Because I know what is intended here in this amendment, and it's fine. But when we look at this 2 or 3, 4 years from now, when we're in the Terminal 2 phase of design, and as we're completing Terminal 1, my question is, or 5 years from now, my question is, We will look at the precise language, and that's what we will be compelled to follow. In saying that, Terminal 1, we don't want to go re-look at the design of Terminal 1 as it suggests in line 1. The other thing is why we're giving authority, whether we like it or not, but desired by our user group. We're giving them influence in the design of terminal, in this language, both Terminal 1 and Terminal 2. And see, we know we don't want to be there. We design the port for what's best for the city and the citizens, not for some transitory operator who may be here or may not 10 years from now.
And Mr. Mayor, I think us are in agreement, believe it or not. It's just the way I read this is we, the port, as we go through the design process, have to define that which is a requirement that we believe the port needs, and that which is a requirement that has been identified by a user that we don't necessarily believe is needed for the port. And when we define those, they don't get built into the design. They get held, and if the user wants it, the user pays for it. I think that's what this is saying. Not that we are giving them carte blanche to tell us what to do, but that if there is something there that we don't feel there's a need for in our basic design, then they pay for it, and if they want it that badly.
So this language gives us the opportunity to go back and look at the change the design in Terminal 1, yes or no?
I don't think so, but I'll ask Member Zalatel to answer that.
Mr. Buffo and Mr. Mayor, Terminal 1 is not fully designed. It's at 30% design. We are moving it into 65% design. There's no intent to move from the Design Advisory Board recommendation. This, in fact, would accept the Design Advisory Board recommendation and advance it to the 65% design and keep it on track for construction in summer 2025.
I have myself in the queue.
Mr. Constant.
Thank you. I just have to clarify that the code, in fact, does create a position for the users in the design of the port. It's called the Design Advisory Board. And in fact, my perception is that the design that the port leadership wants is, in fact, the design that's in the flow of being approved by the Design Advisory Board, as opposed to the previous one, the intermediate plan. And so it's not accurate to say that the users don't have a role in informing the design. They, in fact, do. It's in the code, by design and by intent. And that's because we've gone around in circles over a generation now of one design this way, one design that way, coming back to the first design, and the argument that carried the day when the Assembly approved the Design Advisory Board was that we wanted to make sure we hear from them. They don't get a defining answer. That is left to us to figure out between the administration and the Assembly, and that is 12 votes.
Mr. Chair, if I may, I agree completely with you on that, but that's what this speaks to. This opens it up in the future for future changes on both Terminal 1 and Terminal 2. Terminal 2 is not a problem because we haven't designed it yet. But Terminal 1 at 30%, to Ms. Brawley's point, is that if we go back and make any significant changes, it impacts our permitting, the federal permitting process, and that once again delays this project. That's my concern. It may not be justified. But I don't want to open up Terminal 1, which is food security, to any kind of delay.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I think that, like Mr. Rebuffo said, we're all in agreement on that the whole point of tonight is pull the trigger on Terminal 1 and get the final steps to get us to where we can see construction in 25. Ms. Zalatel.
Thank you. Mr. Rebuffo, can you explain what happens if this item passes with the designer of record and what will happen next? What will happen from the current design of Terminal 1 at 30% when we pass it off to the designer of record with the DAB approved design? What happens next?
Well, what will happen next is what is agreed to be passed forward tonight will be given to the designer of record to advance to 65%. When we get to 65%, We are pretty close to certainty on the cost as well and on the design elements as well. That goes back to the Design Advisory Board for a relook and approval, and then through the Design Advisory Board process back here for your final approval. And once that's done, then we have what we will all call the baseline. Any changes that anybody is interested in making after that should be at their cost.
Thank you.
So we're running out of time for this debate. We have about 8 minutes left. The amendment that's before us is to add specific language about the location, the seismic standard and I think it's the dock width. Oh, so we're on the main? Okay, we're on the final, the amendment as amended. So if is there any other debate on the amendment? Hearing and seeing none, then members may proceed to vote on the amended amendment. So on a vote of 11-0, the amended amendment has passed. Ms. Zalatel? Oh, I'm sorry, Ms. Brawley.
Yeah, this is on the main motion. First, thank you, Member Zalatel, for all of your work on this and shepherding this through over many months and multiple years. And I look forward to moving this project forward.
Thank you. Ms. Zalatel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this is a big step in the port modernization program. And what it's important to note is that the port has tried to work through a modernization program for a really long time. And this is the, I would say, second major milestone in this program, the first being the petroleum cement terminal. We had to move a piece of the port in order to get to kind of what's considered the meat of the port, the cargo docks. So I'm really thankful for all of the engagement. We had 3 work sessions on that. I know it's a lot. It was a lot for new members coming on the body to take up such a substantial issue. And as the chair has said, although this may not capture the public's imagination and its attention, this is one of the most significant projects we're working on, not only for food security, but frankly, it's the economic engine of our state in a very significant way. So I urge your support and encourage your ongoing interest and engagement with the port. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Anyone else? Seeing and hearing none, members may proceed to vote. The youth member votes yes on a vote of 11-0. AO 2023-60S1 as amended has passed the body. Unanimously, Mr. Rebuffo. Next on the agenda, we have AO 2023-34, an ordinance authorizing and approving the adoption of Port of Alaska Terminal Tariff Number 10. The public hearing on this item is now open. Anyone wish to speak to this item? Anyone at all? Hearing and seeing none, public hearing on this item is now closed. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve the S.
Second. Ms. Zalatel has moved the S version. I believe that was Mr. Rivera who seconded. Ms. Zalatel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The S version is very much like what I proposed at the work session, and it's done in collaboration with the administration. It is to move forward with the uniform tariff, with that comes the restructuring of the $19 million in petroleum cement terminal debt. So really the S is the revised Exhibit B that shows what the surcharge will look like for that $19 million. In addition, I've added 2 whereas clauses that are really explicit about our support for the surcharge as it relates to pursuing the Transportation Infrastructure Finance and Innovation Act, TIFIA program that we discussed at length on Friday. I urge your support. Thank you.
Anyone else? Ms. Brawley?
Yeah, I'd like to move, it's currently not labeled for the S, but move amendment number 1 to 2023-34.
Second.
All right, we have a motion to amend by Ms. Brawley and a second by Mr. Bolland. I want to describe what the amendment does, Ms. Brawley?
Yeah, thank you. And I'll just note for the record and for the clerk, the only difference, this doesn't change anything in the additions to the S version. So the whereas clause would be page 2, line 3, instead of what's listed in the amendment. So the intent is to put it at the end of the whereas clauses. And then for the section 2, it would still be adding a new section 2, but it would be page 2, line 9, instead of what was referenced there before. And again, doesn't, and the intent of this is, well, first, I appreciate the additions in the S version, but the intent of this is first stating that at this time, the municipality, per the work session we had on Friday, does not have a planned use for the revenue bonds that were originally put forward, so they are not currently included in the S version, but that they're, this is contemplating future work, but also that it is in our best interest to start collecting that revenue as soon as possible and contemplating, you know, the size of this project. And then the actionable piece of this is it says all funds collected in excess of revenue bonds for item 272, which is the specific port modernization project, cannot be used for other purposes, but can be held for PAMP related purposes. Again, just making sure that we're being very clear that, again, because the surcharge is being collected for the purpose of this modernization project, that we're protecting those funds and that they won't get used for some other purpose, which again, I know is not the intent of our current port director or any of the folks who are there, but again, just providing that long-term stability. Thank you.
Mr. Johnson.
Yeah, thank you. I would like to invite Port Director Rebuffo to offer his comments on the amendment.
Yes. Thank you, Member Johnson. Just points of clarification on the first point, where you say we haven't currently specified a plan used for the revenue bonds associated with the tariff surcharge. If the AO is passed as written and the $19 million is what you're referring to, Member Brawley, that has been put towards building the PCT. So that $19 million had a purpose, and we stare at it every day. Now, it was the $65 million that was in there that I believe you wanted to pull out that didn't have a stated purpose yet. So that $19 million that is in this ordinance has a stated purpose. I just wanted to be clear on that if that point of clarification was required. And I agree with you on Section 2. It's been a concern of the users for many years that we collect all of this money, even the money that we collect through our, just through the regular tariff. There's no certainty that it's all going to come back into maintaining the port. And as we begin to collect more with respect to the surcharge, which has to be collected at 1.35, the requirement, as opposed to 1.3 to pay the bonds back, we're going to have an excess in there eventually. And it would only make good sense to put a vehicle in place where that gets captured and held for the port to use whenever the port has an important project. It's been our issue, and some of you who have been around for a couple of fiscal years have heard me talk about this, is we don't fund depreciation at the port. We're a non-regulated utility and aren't required to, and the policy has been not to. But that's why we are stuck in conversations like this, because we don't have a fund to go to fund, a capital fund to go to, because we don't fund depreciation. This begins to fund depreciation, to put that kind of a condition in place. And I believe the CFO's office already has a plan for that, and if you don't see it soon, I'll be very surprised. But you're right, we need to capture these dollars that we collect for this purpose, for the continued and future purpose of taking care of the port. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, I have Ms. Zalatel on the queue.
Thanks. Yeah, so the issue Mr. Rebuffo just raised was the one I was going to raise around, has not currently specified a plan for the revenue bonds associated with this tariff surcharge, because we have for the $19 million, because the only revenue bonds are the $19 million in restructured debt. So I don't know if you want to tweak that phrase. I appreciate what you're trying to do there, and I otherwise agree with the language. I am going to move an amendment to the amendment on Section 2, Line 2, where it will read, for use on assembly-approved PAMP-related expenditures.
Is there a second? Second. Moved by Ms. Zalatel, seconded by Mr. Martinez.
Thank you. And that's just to be clear that we are expecting that PAMP-related expenditures to go through the normal procurement process and seek assembly approval.
Any discussion on the amendment? Hearing and seeing none, members may proceed to vote as soon as the clerk is ready. Yeah, the amendment to the amendment. Sorry. Thank you. There we go. That actually accurately reflects the motion. The motion is to amend. The amendment is to add the words assembly approved between use on and PAMP. So I have no one wishing to speak on this. Members may proceed to vote. The youth member votes yes, and that item passes. That amendment passes 11-0. So now we are back on the amendment, I believe. Yeah. So anyone else wish to speak on the amendment? Mr. Volland?
Thanks. So I would like to move again to amend the amendment and just strike that first whereas, because I think it creates confusion. So we'll just keep the second whereas added and then the section 2.
Second.
Moved by Member Volland, seconded by Member Brawley. Anyone wish to discuss the amendment? It's going to take just a second to catch up. Okay, so now we have the language up. Amendment to the amendment removes the first whereas. Anyone wish to discuss the amendment? Ms. Brawley?
Yeah, just briefly, that was intended to refer to that 65 million that was discussed in the work session, so thank you to the Port Director for pointing that out.
Anyone else? Hearing and seeing none, members may proceed to vote on the amendment to the amendment. So the youth member has voted yes, and that item passes 11 to 0. Amendment passes 11 to 0. We're now back on the amendment. Anyone else wish to speak to the amendment? I see you're in the queue, Mayor. I don't know if it's the amendment or to the main motion.
To the amendment number 1.
You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to have Alden Thurn come up and speak to Section 2. I think we missed something there that Alden can speak to. Thank you.
Mr. Thurn, welcome. Microphone's not on. Hit the green or yellow button there. There you go.
Perfect. Sorry about that. Yes, I just want to kind of go over again about the bond percentages and so forth. I've spoken to many of you. There's a 35% factor that we're using above the way the bonds are, or what we need for the bonds. The 35% is what's needed in the marketplace in order to be able to have enough people want to buy those bonds. So there is that factor in there to begin with. But what you're not also talking about is there are bond costs. So it's not just the cost of the bonds themselves, but there's a variety of financing costs that haven't been discussed that we have to have those charges and costs incurred as a part of the tariff as well, or surcharge. Along with, as we discussed, we want to make sure that that money stays in the port for a variety of reasons. One, for the items that you've listed here, but it's also to try to build forward for future years to be able to potentially fix or repair or do a new port 50, 75 years from now. So I'm all for, and we've had a lot of conversations about keeping that money in the port and making sure that it's not money that can go anywhere else, but we do have a factor in there for a variety of reasons. One, to sell the bonds and get a good bond rating and a good bond price, and that's why we've got it at 35%. That is the requirement to be able to do that, but you've got to be able then to take that excess and use it not only to pay the bonds back, pay the financing costs that goes with that, and then also in essence, establish this reserve account that we'd like to be able to start building as it grows into the future. And then as long as you keep that money at the port, so that's not used anywhere else, I think that we'll cover all the bases on that.
Mayor Bronson.
Yeah, Alden, so would you, Section 2, line 7, would you add to that anything? We have the shopping list, which is all real good. But would you add paying off bonds, building, paying forward?
I'd say debt financing, would be a good couple of words to add to that, to include the cost of financing the debt as well in the usage of those funds.
Okay. And I move, Mr. Chair, then to add that language to Section 2.
Motion by the mayor. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Ms. Zolotal. Anyone wish to speak to the amendment? I do briefly. I would just ask the question, if we're adding, I guess it doesn't affect the 19 million, right? Because that's already spent.
Correct. That's already been done, and the tariff has been created, charge has been created to cover those expenditures.
So this is in relation to the general principle of the concept of the
future
surcharge. Okay.
Yes, the concept is there, but the tariff would not only, is always going to be based upon that 35% minimum threshold going forward for bond sales.
Yep.
But we want to make sure that we have the capability of using those revenue sources to also pay for the cost of the issuance of the bonds.
So specifically, you look at the board, they're using a term in quotes. Is there a term of art in the financial field that would be more apt so we get it right?
Debt financing, I think, is appropriate.
Okay, good enough. Okay, then I'll yield the floor back. Anyone else wish to speak? Mr. Salt to the amendment?
Yeah, real quick, I'm fine with the amendment. I'm not sure it's necessary because the way I read this only applies to funds collected in excess of the bond revenue. So we've already taken care of the financing, and now we have excess.
It's the definition of revenues. I mean, you have the actual bond debt itself and then the additional costs to finance the debt above that. So I guess it's terminology of what's included in that number. I think by having it specified clearly there, I think that eliminates all doubt.
Agreed. Thank you.
All right, anyone else on the amendment, to the amendment? Wait, it's just an amendment, right, oh, it is an amendment to the amendment. God, it's hard to keep track of all these details. Okay, no one else, members may proceed to vote on the amendment to the amendment that adds debt financing as an allowable expense.
And the student rep.
The youth member votes yes, and the assembly votes 11-0 on the amendment to the amendment. Next, we have before us the amendment. Does anyone else wish to speak to the amendment? Hearing and seeing none, members may proceed to vote on the amendment. The youth member votes yes, and on an 11-0 vote, the assembly has amended the motion. Ms. Zalatel.
Thank you. I have a floor amendment, my apologies, and I've sent it to the clerk. So it says, whereas, and this is to go as the last whereas in the ordinance, whereas the uniform tariff and surcharge concept is intended to apply to all remaining phases of the PAMP, which would include the cargo docks, including any future build-out of Terminal 2 to the same width as Terminal 1 to be considered a phase of the project. I'll read it again, and I know the clerk will have it in a moment. Whereas the uniform tariff and surcharge concept is intended to apply to all remaining phases of the Port of Alaska Modernization Program, which would include the cargo docks and any future build-out of Terminal 2 to the same width as Terminal 1 to be considered a phase of the project.
So we have a motion to amend. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, moved by Ms. Zalatel, seconded by Ms. Brawley. Ms. Zalatel.
Thank you. The intention here is to ensure that Terminal 1 and Terminal 2 are both considered phases of the Port Modernization Program, which I believe are. However, if we were to decide that Terminal 2 becomes a two-phase project, particularly in filling in the back half of the dock face, that it be still eligible for the surcharge concept, as well as kind of just be treated like all the other phases of the PAMP. So that if we do decide to kick that can down the road, or we go with a bifurcated concept, we still have the same tools available throughout. Thank you.
Anyone else wish to speak to the amendment? Hearing and seeing none, members may proceed to vote. On a vote of 11-0 and the youth member votes yes, the amendment has passed. Now we have before us the main motion. I'll let you go first, Mayor Bronson. Mayor Bronson, you have the floor.
Mr. Chair, thanks. We just wanted to make sure that NES 1 and NES 2 were included in that as phases of the port. So I speak in favor to Ms. Zaltel's amendment. Thank you.
The amendment is passed. We're now back on the main motion, and I'll just briefly say that, this process, Mr. Rebuffo, is difficult. It's contentious. There are a lot of stakeholders with a lot of different needs, and we're at the end of a generational project here that started a long time ago before any of us were here, and we're cleaning up the mess. And I specifically want to speak to the $19 million. You put it so well at our work session on Friday that that's a $218 million port, dock, the PCT, the Petroleum and Cement Terminal. And the shoppers of Alaska, the shoppers of Anchorage are going to pay 10%, a dime on the dollar. That's a hell of a good deal. And that's a track record to build on for this next phase. I don't anticipate we'll have the same rate of success because the scale is so much larger. But I believe that this process with the last item finally gets to the point where we can start talking about a plan of finance. We can start showing a coordinated approach, and I think allay some of the concerns that have been rightly levied at us for kind of the inability to break through the logjam. And I just want to speak to the credit of all the parties involved, the users, as the struggle has been, the designers, the port staff, the administration, the assembly, and especially you, Ms. Salatel, for your ability to discern the critical path forward, which we decided tonight. Terminal 1 design is going forward. In Terminal 2, we're going to have 2 options to look at with an analysis of the user base, and we have a vehicle to finance the project. All of that in one night is a pretty damn good deal. And so, thank you everybody, and I urge your support. Members may proceed to vote. The youth member votes yes, and on a vote of 11-0, AO 2023-34S as amended has passed the body, again unanimously. So, Ms. Alatil, you are on a port reprieve. Next up on the agenda, we have item 13C, AO 2023-67, an ordinance of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly repealing AMC Section 9.28.035, known as the Scofflaw Law.
Waive reading.
Thank you. The public hearing on this item was continued from the meeting of 6/20/23. The public hearing is now open again. Anyone from the public wish to speak? Oh, wait, before that, why don't I let the sponsors lay out what their plan is for tonight?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. So my plan is after the public hearing and hearing from any interested parties today for us to postpone action on this ordinance to the meeting of August 22nd, and I'll speak to that, to the rationale when that motion is made.
To close the public hearing, conclude the public hearing?
Yes, I think at this point that would be my preference, but open to the will of the body.
Yeah, and it just makes a difference for those who want to be heard. This is your chance tonight. If we aren't going to continue at the public hearing, speak now or forever hold your peace. The public hearing is open. Welcome, Mr. Horniman. We're glad to see you here. It's been a while. You got to hit the button that's there.
Green button,
There
here we go.
You're in.
Things have changed just a little bit since I was sitting where once we were. First, I just want to commend the body in its attempt to provide good government, at least for the most of us. I know that you can't satisfy all the people all the time. It's a challenge that's been age-old and probably it preceded me and it'll survive you. It's also been a remarkably smooth meeting. I've been listening online, and Mr. Chair, kudos to you for your flow of tonight's meeting as well. I want to challenge and I guess ask you why this body would be considering to amend a simple tool that has been intended to create safer roadways, and I submit to, in a larger scale, a safer community here in Anchorage. So the real issue that I'm flummoxed by is what purpose is there to address the monetary threshold for approximately 1.5% of our population, when the other 98.5% of us deserve as many tools as there can be in our toolbox in the public safety arena. This is a small piece, just a real small piece. I submit to you that raising the threshold to $2,500 is actually inverse to trying to encourage people not to gain such a mountain-high debt that they may not be able to see themselves coming down from. I think 2,500 is going the wrong way. I honestly think that you should go even lower, 500. And that way you might catch someone early on and keep them from acquiring a higher debt. And the other thing is I guess it's an age-old addict, and maybe some of you have heard this before, but driving truly is a privilege. It's not a right. And for those that abuse the privilege of driving, have poor judgment, and we've all been there, we make errors, the simple thing that we're trying to achieve through, if you will, compliance and better public safety is that you learn from your poor judgment if caught. Now, you all can probably reflect that even today driving here, you might have seen somebody committing a traffic violation, running a red light, stop sign, or whatever. These are all unsafe acts. I'm not going to pretend that they're not. And yeah, where's the cop when you need one, so to speak? But the folks that represent the Scofflaws are a real minor percentage of the people who have essentially, and if you read some of the stories that are in the paper, even available online, is some of these people laugh and scoff at even the Scofflaw. So I'm not sure that the intended purpose here of trying to amend and lower a threshold for the 1.5% really makes the true sense that what you're maybe hopefully trying to achieve by perhaps making it more available for someone in that perhaps lower economic scale to achieve their ability to get a car and drive. I subject to you that even if the threshold was higher, that you'd find that these same scofflaws wouldn't really, there's no motivation for them to come in compliance. So I know my time is up. If you have any questions, I'm available, but I have some creative ideas about what you could do on the money side or finance or the debt owed, if you will, and not connect it to the scofflaw. I think the scofflaw law as it stands is a good one, and I subject that you postpone indefinitely. I understand there may be some movement tonight, at least for a later date, and maybe, for lack of a better term, start over. I know it's a lot of effort making sausage. I've been there. So I commend you for a well-run meeting, your attempts at good government for the most of us, or most all of us, and I thank you for your attention to this. So.
Great to see you, Paul.
You too.
Thank you.
And thanks again for your attempts at elected office. It's not easy, I know.
All right, welcome. Please state your name for the record. What part of town you're from? You'll have 3 minutes.
My name's Kyle Milkey. I live in Eagle River. As listening to the work session on Scofflaw, I was very impressed by all of the different opinions that were brought before the assembly and inside of the assembly that were talking about trying to address issues with traffic and issues with equity. I commend the assembly and all the members in their conversations in trying to adjust even the small and subtle ways that we address all of the issues that pertain to our roadways and to our safety, and I commend this conversation moving forward with trying to improve the safety on our streets. I do support the amendment or, frankly, the removal of the scofflaw because I think while it's important for us to maintain all tools at our disposal, I believe that small tools like this that disproportionately affect people who are on the lower income side of the spectrum, such because they are not able to simply pay off the fees that are accrued to them, puts too much focus on these tools that use finances as a way of trying to discourage traffic violations when this ordinance and scofflaw in general is used only on the people who are being caught, when it has been shown time and time again that more automatic measures or more, design oriented measures have been shown to make meaningful changes to traffic behavior and traffic safety. I really appreciate that there's eyes being put even on the smallest of ordinances. I did want to bring up, just as a member of Eagle River, that when I was listening to the work session on this ordinance, I was very frustrated again at the inaccessibility of public transit as a resident of Eagle River, and when I hear people talking about the driving being a privilege, it is not lost on me that that is not the case for many residents in my district. And so I just wanted to bring that opinion. I thank you for all of your hard work on this and all the other ordinances. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to be heard? Welcome. Please state your name and what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes. You can pull that mic down, yeah.
Hi, my name is Andre McLeod, and I live in Midtown. Where's the accountability in repealing this? People who are on the Scofflaw list are there for a reason, and some of them have many citations. It's indicative of people who disregard the law, people who disregard our municipal codes and violate them. Some of them are traffic citations. I know one person on the Scofflaw law, and he's my neighbor, and he and everybody who lives in the house violates a whole bunch of laws. Waste management code, violated. They make noise all the time, the cops come, sometimes, if I'm lucky, and they just give them a little slap on the hand, tell them to tone it down, they leave, and my neighbors are laughing. This repealing of this law makes a mockery of our laws. The people who are on these Scofflaw lists, they know they've done wrong, and now you guys aren't going to hold them accountable, and they're just going to laugh and laugh and get away with it. Meanwhile, there's a lot of revenue that could be gotten from actually enforcing this law and getting the monies that they're supposed to be giving out and fined. So why are people who follow the law why does this, I haven't prepared anything for this, I'm just amazed at what this assembly is allowing to happen in these assembly chambers. I saw this woman here, I haven't been at an assembly meeting for a while. I'm stunned. I'm stunned at what you're allowing, the passiveness. People who follow the law are just disregarded. And we have to pay a lot, people who follow the law. It's at our expense that you're going to repeal this law. Who among you haven't paid your citations? Anybody? So why allow people who are on the Scofflaw list, and there's numerous citations for one person? You've made a mockery of it all. Do not repeal it.
Anyone else? Anyone else want to speak to this item at all? Seeing and hearing none, public hearing on this item is now closed. Mr. Rivera.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to move to postpone action on this item to the meeting of August 22nd.
Second. A motion to postpone has been made by Mr. Rivera and seconded by Mr. Volland. Any discussion?
If I may, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Rivera.
Thank you.
Am I too late for public testimony on this issue? I am? Okay, thank you.
It's not, yeah. So we had a really good work session recently, and there was some great discussion on how we can improve the Scofflaw program rather than a full repeal. I continue to state my preference, which is the full repeal, but I also understand the reality. In that work session, we talked about some of the gaps and unintended consequences of the program and our desires to improve the program and reform the program. Even earlier today, we received some additional inputs to consider as we work through this ordinance. So for my purposes, I need a little bit more time to work with Assembly Council, Department of Law, and APD to continue to refine this ordinance and see what we can do to improve and come up with an one version of the ordinance, and so I'm asking for that additional time. I fully respect that some members may be ready to vote today, but as the sponsor of this ordinance, I am not ready to vote on the S version of the ordinance. I think there's still more work to do. Thank you.
So I'm going to exercise the privilege of the chair and ask members to consider reopening the public hearing so that this one individual can be heard.
So moved.
Second.
So a motion to reopen the public hearing has been made by Ms. Zalatel, seconded by Mr. Cross. No, any objection? Hearing and seeing none for one member of the public hearing has been reopened. Please state your name for the record. What part of town you're from? You'll have 3 minutes. It's on. It's on. You're good. It's on.
Okay, thank you. I'm from Chugiak area. Some may refer it as outlaw country, but I don't think we are. I'm for the repeal, okay? I think you do have to have balance, and all government work is a balance, and I recognize that. I think that there are means to protect the public from unsafe drivers. I don't think this means is more debt collection, and you take away driving privileges here in Anchorage if you're over $1,000, but you're still going to drive because privileges are so important. Like I heard the gentleman from Eagle River say, the transit system out there in Chugiak and Eagle River is iffy. So you're going to drive anyway to get to work, take care of your medical needs, take care of your children. You're going to drive, and I know many people on the Scofflaw law list that drive, and they keep getting driving while license revoked tickets. Some of them get tickets that are criminal, and some of them get tickets that are moving violations, or MO. But the point is that your law, Scofflaw law, is taking away driving privileges. And some of you say driving is not a right, it's only a privilege. But really, if you look at your neighborhood, look at yourself. If they took away your driving privileges, wouldn't you say, I'll do everything I can to get it back? But that's what you're doing. You're taking away driving privileges in Anchorage if you have too much on the Scofflaw law, whether it's 1,000 or 2,500. Think about what you're doing. You're really making unpaid debt to take away driving privileges. That's really the bottom line. Let the DMV with their point system do that. Let the court system with their revocations do that. They have manners of addressing the dangerous driver. Don't let this be a scam to have dangerous drivers be protected from our community. It's misleading, in my opinion. But you got other means of collecting money. You can collect money by judgment. You can have seizure points. And last point, the seizure, let that be done by the court system, where you have protections. And if you're low income, you can say, hey, I need my vehicle to get back and forth. Thank you.
What was your name, sir?
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't give it. Eugene Cyrus, like Billy Ray and Miley, C-Y-R-U-S.
Thank you, sir.
Sorry for the lame jokes, but I only kept it down to 2. Thank you.
All right, so now the public hearing is closed. So we have a motion to continue this item to the second meeting in August. Ms. Bronga, you're in the queue.
Well, I'm not in favor of kicking this down the road. I wanted to bring forward the S version. I think there was a lot of significant changes in that make me feel comfortable with it. And though I hear from Mr. Rivera that he's planning on doing more work on that, and I could accept it, but I feel pretty comfortable that I know where I stand on this.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to speak to the motion? Hearing seen none, members, Ms. Brawley.
Yeah, just briefly, just to say, I support the sponsors, giving the sponsor some more time, and I think the question about statute of limitations that was raised in an email is a good one to look into, a legal issue, and because this is such a technical ordinance, I think it is beneficial for us to take another look at it. Thank you.
Thank you. That statute of limitations question was a real interesting one that deserves some inspection. Okay, anyone else? Hearing seeing none, members may proceed to vote on the motion to postpone. The youth member votes no, and on a 10-to-1 vote, this item has been postponed to the meeting of 8:22, and now we're going to take a 5-minute break. Thank you. Okay.
So I maybe get to testify like 67. You mean 66? Mine says you can testify. Say that again? You can testify 66. You can testify 66.
But only in 3 minutes. You don't have 6 minutes.
Because the S is already on the floor.
Yeah.
So that's needs to play.
I'll definitely stand as we get to the beginning. Yeah, no, so.
I know people don't want to take their one out of the app.
Right, but the item is being continued, so that's really, they have a choice. Ladies and gentlemen, why don't we come back to order? Next on the agenda, we have 14A, Resolution AR 2023-204, a resolution approving administrative agreement AA number 2023-01 between the Municipality of Anchorage and the International Union of Operating Engineers Local 302, the Anchorage Municipal Employees Association, the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers Local 1547, the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers Technicians Local 1547, the Public Employees Local 71, the Anchorage Police Department Employees Association, the Plumbers and Steamfitters UA Local 367 agreeing to holidays. The public hearing on this item is now open. Anyone wish to speak to this item? Anyone at all? Hearing and seeing none, public hearing on this item is now closed. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Zalatel, seconded by Member Volland. Anyone wish to speak to the item? I don't hear anyone. I'll just say thank you to the administration for finally getting these through. And I'm glad we're able to finally offer the holidays to our workers, that especially Indigenous Peoples' Day is coming up. So we don't want to talk about October too much yet, but it's coming. So members may proceed to vote. A vote of 11-0 and the youth member voting yes, 14A AR 2023-204 has passed the body. Ms. Zalatel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move to change the order of the day to take up item 15B next.
Second. Motion to change the order of the day to take up item 15B. It's been moved by Ms. Zalatel, seconded by Mr. Rivera. Ms. Zalatel.
Thank you. The operator for 15B is here and has an infant with her, and so this is just a courtesy so that she can go ahead and go home. Thanks.
So is there any objection to the motion to change the order of the day? Hearing and seeing none, the order of the day has been changed. The next item we'll take up is item 15B. AR 2023-234, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly approving a marijuana license and special land use permit for Ganja by Sarah LLC, a marijuana retail sales establishment with the license number M33305, doing business as Ganja by Sarah. The public hearing on this item is now open. Does anyone wish to speak to this item? Anyone at all? Hearing and seeing none, public hearing on this item is now closed. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second. Motion to approve by Ms. Zalatel, seconded by Mr. Rivera. Any discussion? Hearing and seeing none, members may proceed to vote on the motion. On a vote of 11-0, AR 2023-234 has passed the body. Congratulations. Okay, we'll go back on the agenda now to item 14B. 14B is AO 2023-73, an ordinance of the Anchorage Assembly updating AMC 220.050, summary of the duties of the municipal clerk and related code changes. The public hearing on this item is now open. Anyone wish to be heard? Anyone at all? Public hearing on this item is now closed. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Zalatel, seconded by Member Volland. Ms. Zalatel, you wish to speak to it?
Thank you. I would just refer members to the memorandum. It lays out pretty clearly, for the most part, these are technical and cleanup changes, just to ensure that our code conforms with practice and is clear. Thanks.
Anyone else? Oh, yep. Ms. Brawley?
Yeah, thank you, and I appreciate the memo. So just again to restate, for the benefit of the public, this is not changing the duties of the clerk. It is recording, current duties or perhaps recent changes that are made through other ordinances. Is that correct?
For the most part, yes. Yep. Nothing substantial. So anyone else? Hearing and seeing none, members may proceed to vote. On a vote of 11-0, AO 2023-73 has passed the body. Next, we have item 14C, AO 2023-59, an ordinance providing for the submission to the qualified voters of the municipality of Anchorage, Alaska, the question of the issuance of not to exceed $10 million of general obligation bonds of the municipality of Anchorage to pay the cost of Chugach access capital improvements in the Chugach State Park access service area. And the question almost there of question and the question of an increase in the municipal tax cap limitation to pay associated operation and maintenance costs in the Chugach State Park access service area. The public hearing on this item is now open. Anyone wish to speak? Welcome. Please state your name for the record, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
Irene Queed now. I have only one comment. Anything that will raise the tax cap, I'm against. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to be heard on this item? Anyone at all? Seeing, hearing none, public hearing on this item is now closed. Mr. Johnson?
I would move to postpone. We had some more work that we wanted to do on this before bringing it before the body. And I'm sorry, I don't have the date in front of me, but Member Salt, I believe, was leading the charge on that.
October 10th.
Okay, move to postpone to October 10th.
All right, we have a motion by Mr. Johnson to postpone to October 10th. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Salt. Anyone wish to speak to the motion? No? Okay. Members may proceed to vote. On a vote of 10 to 1 and the youth member votes yes, AO 2023-59 has been postponed to the meeting of October 10th. Thank you. Next on the agenda is item 14D, AO 2023-66 and 66S, an ordinance of the Anchorage Assembly amending or repealing portions of AMC section 21.04.010, 21.04.020, 21.10.040, and 21.09.040 to create only 2 residential districts throughout the entire municipality. Public hearing on this. Does any sponsor wish to speak to this before we proceed to the public hearing? Ms. Zalatil.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It is the intent of the sponsors to, after hearing from folks tonight, continue the public hearing till August 22nd. And so with the S version already published and before you all tonight, I don't know if there will be an additional version between now and then, but it is our intention to, if it's the will of the body, to continue public hearing to August 22nd. Thank you.
Thank you. So it was asked of me to be really clear on what that means to members of the public. If you speak tonight to this item, you have both the regular and the S version, and so you wouldn't be allowed to speak again at the meeting in August. If you wait to speak, then you'll be able to speak to whatever item is there then. And so I just want to be really clear to folks, you can only speak one time to the item. So unless a substitute is introduced, you can speak to the changes. So now the public hearing on this item is open. We have 2 on the phone list. 1. Thanks. Please state your name and what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Irene Queed now. I'm not in favor of this ordinance, AO 2023-66. On page 2, it talks about a growing number of multi-generational families and less transient population. We have had a decline of around 11,000 people in Anchorage over the last couple of years. So that's pretty transient, at least in that regards. You state that talented professionals from all fields are attracted to Anchorage's unique setting. One of the unique things in Anchorage are that you can purchase a piece of property, have a rural feel, and still live in a city. With this ordinance, that will go away. Also on page 2, it says simplifying zoning can contribute to a more walkable and bikeable community, reducing dependence on private vehicles and promoting healthier lifestyles. It is not your job as a government to tell us what a healthy lifestyle is. You made a resolution earlier this year, a couple months ago, that stated that the individuals are not capable anymore of making their own decision what is healthy and what is not. I find that very dangerous because I can make my own decisions. I don't need you to make them for me. And here you are again, telling me again what I'm supposed to do. The other thing that I want to point out is the more you centralize things, the more populations you push together, there is a global push for what they call 15-minute cities. Everything is within 15 minutes. But the drawback of that is that they will track you. And if you want to leave your 15-minute city, you have to have permission. And if you get, let's say, 3 permissions per year to travel outside of your 15-minute area, if you want more than that, you have to apply for it. They can track you everywhere. I grew up in Germany, where East Germany was a communist, socialist country. The people in there, it was a giant prison, and that's what the 15-minute cities will be. The people in East Germany were not allowed to travel to West countries for vacation. They were only allowed to travel to other communist, socialist countries so they wouldn't see what they're missing in a free country. The border guards had shoot-to-kill orders, not for people coming in, but for people trying to leave. And I am very concerned about your push for these cities. Like I said, look at the World Economic Forum. You find it everywhere. Google 15-minute cities.
Thank you, welcome. Please state your name for the record, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes. You turned the mic off. There you go, you're on.
Hello, my name is Kyle Milkey. I am from Eagle River. I really wish that this ordinance was trying to promote 15-minute city that has been shown to have many economic and societal and benefits for all residents. That would be something that I also would appreciate, but that is not what this is about. This is to, especially the S version, which I appreciate being put forward, that it helps align the current zoning rules with the plan that was already decided upon and argued about ad nauseum by the public to try and simplify the zoning, because the the government choices that were put into place restrict what many residents and landowners have options to be able to do with their land, such as, you know, the thing that always gets brought up time and time again is the whole idea that you can't build a duplex on some pieces of land, but you can build one huge singleplex and a huge barn. That just doesn't make sense. I very much am so happy that all these conversations have been being made about trying to simplify our zoning, and it's so important to remind everyone, and that I've heard so many great conversations about in this assembly, that the zoning is just one piece of the puzzle that, you know, incorporates how we plan our cities and plan our neighborhoods. That so much of the land use plan already dictates so many of these rules, and making us go through, you know, all landowners go through these additional steps in order to be able to try and use the land as they best see fit, or to help accommodate the types of living situations that are already in place. Me, for instance, I have to, you know, roommate with 3 different people in order to be able to live into a condo type situation. Those type of housing arrangements could be, you know, equally fulfilled by, you know, subdividing the same building with multiple access points that is not currently allowed under zoning. That, you know, instead of having to put all of this, you know, trust and faith into individuals, which is not inherently bad, you know, making it so that those places are available to people who are less fortunate or who have different, you know, needs or who don't want to be under landlordship. The capability for people to become homeowners is like so vitally important to the American way of life and to security and to getting out from under the thumb of landlords and to be really part of our own community. That's really something that we should be pushing for, and something that I believe reducing or eliminating certain zoning restrictions is really going to benefit. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Welcome. Please state your name. For the record, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
Good evening. My name is Emily Weiser, and I live in Airport Heights. I would support this over no change. I think it's a step in the right direction. I was actually a little bit disappointed to hear that it's not going to be the Wild West and that not everything goes anywhere. With the stated intent to tie this back to the 2040 land use plan, looking at that map, it looks a lot like what we have today. There's a lot of single-family and two-family area on that map. So if that's not going to change, if we're still only going to have single-family and two-family in the majority of the bowl, is that going to be enough? Is that actually going to give us the increase in housing that we need? So I would suggest maybe considering going a little bit farther, maybe allowing 4-plexes and 6-plexes by right anywhere that's zoned residential. Realistically, that's not going to mean that 4-plexes and 6-plexes are going to be built everywhere. It won't make sense everywhere. It won't make financial sense. And, we're not going to raise whole neighborhoods and replace them with whatever this ordinance allows. But it would be a start. And even if it did make drastic or rapid change, which I really don't think it's going to, even if it made that change to my neighborhood, which I love the way it is, I really do, I can't in good conscience stand here and ask to protect the character of my neighborhood when people around us need housing. That is the priority. That needs to be the priority. And I would never fight that when that is the need. I would also suggest considering allowing some commercial use by right in residential zones. In my neighborhood, we have Fire Island Bake Shop. It's advertised on every real estate listing in my neighborhood. It's close to Fire Island. It's this huge draw. We all love it. It really adds a sense of community. And community is what people need. Community is part of why people are leaving, is because they don't have roots. They don't feel like they have a safety net when things are uncertain or difficult. And Fire Island is only a bakery. It's just a drop in the bucket, but it really does provide the sense of community. I'd like to see more than just a bakery in my neighborhood. I'd like somewhere to go in the evening. I'd like, somewhere to go for ice cream. I'd like any of those sort of low-key, technically commercial, but really part of the neighborhood uses in my neighborhood. So thanks so much for your work on this. I hope you'll consider maybe pushing it a little bit farther than what you're currently talking about, and I'll look forward to seeing where it goes. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome. Please state your name for the record, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
My name's Deb Schultz, and I'm from Anchorage. And I just wanted to say...
Can you pull the microphone down?
Oh, sure. Got to have it at the short level. Is that it? Right? Can you hear me?
Get as close as you can.
I'm Deb Schultz from Anchorage, and I just wanted to say, maybe it's time for zoning to be re-examined. I agree with that. But I find going from this many zones to 2 a little bit disconcerting. And I think your timeline of 2 years to accomplish something like this without community input, or given how much input you really do need to consider everybody who's a homeowner here or who will be a renter or a future buyer, I think it's short-sighted. I think to go from this to 2 is short-sighted. I've lived here for over 35 years, and we do need to open it up for people who need other housing. But I think, I'm not seeing that I'm not sure what version I have here, but I'm not seeing some of the things that I think should be in here. Like, maybe you've all gone outside and you've seen in Seattle, I just came from Seattle, and some of the building that's going on doesn't make it into a community. It's pretty crowded, they have high-rises with no parking. I don't want to lose the character of Anchorage. I do think we need additional housing, and I'm not seeing mandatory inclusionary housing in this. So if you're going to promote this as a building for real estate agents, I'm not seeing that in here, and that should be included. I'm just a little disappointed, and I sure hope you guys give it the care that it deserves. We have, what, 62% are homeowners here in Anchorage, so you really need to consider what their say is on this, not just a few people making decisions. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Welcome. Come on up. Please state your name for the record, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
Okay, so let me this. My name's Ethan Troutman. I'm a registered nurse at Providence Alaska Medical Center and a resident of the university area. I believe that these zoning policies that are being proposed are one of the best pieces of legislation that has been proposed in this city in a very, very long time, and is why, a young person like myself is coming to one of these meetings. I believe that exclusionary policies such as parking minimums, which has already been addressed, minimum lot sizes, and single-family homes are just detrimental to our community. In a city where so many people need housing. Now, I don't have a car. I personally walk everywhere, and I see homeless people all the time. Before I moved here, I probably saw maybe 5 or 6 a month, And I think that, single-family homes, as much as we idealize it in this American fashion, aren't very common in the rest of the world. You go to Europe, you go to Japan, you even go to places like Philadelphia and New York. You have streetcar suburbs, you have houses right next to each other, you have duplexes, you have fourplexes, you have sixplexes. And these are just natural states of development when you don't have artificial zoning laws that reduce what you can build on your own land. Single-family homes are a drain on property taxes. They notoriously, downtown is the most economically viable sector of the city. And anything else is kind of not a leech, but subsidizes on the hard-working money of people of Anchorage. I also want to say that if we're ever going to promote a sustainable society that does not revolve around cars, does not revolve around everyone owning giant plots of land while no one else can afford a home. 62% of people may own homes in Anchorage, but that number is only going to go down because no one's selling their homes in this current market. And unless we build more housing, we encourage more housing, and we encourage neighborhoods where you don't have to drive 2 miles down the street to Walmart, I really think this city will continue to stagnate. We're declining in population. Seattle is booming in population. And I think a part of the reason is because Seattle is encouraging different zoning codes past post-war suburban America. I also think that if we ever want to, be a community that continues to grow, I think that we also need to look further. I'm disappointed to hear that this current legislation is not currently finalized. I value continuous input and continuous changes to legislation, but I think we got a pretty good thing going. And I would encourage you all to really look at what you're doing. Preserving neighborhood characters for people that will never have homes. I just truly think that the selfish, I don't want to say selfish, but the few that don't want policies like this truly don't understand what everyone else has to live through. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, and welcome. Henry, please state your name for the record, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Hello, Assembly members. My name is Henry Toll. I live in Muldoon, and I am a recent graduate of UAA in mechanical engineering. I'm not going to pretend to be an expert and know exactly what the impacts of this proposal would be on the Anchorage housing market, but I can say that as a soon-to-be young professional who has done the numbers for myself, remaining in Anchorage and building a future here is starting to not make economic sense for me. And the main driver of that is housing costs. I currently live with 2 other roommates, and my ability to be a student here was primarily dependent on me being able to live with family or to be able to live with friends who were able to give me a favorable rent rate, and also having a job that was flexible and paid well enough that I could afford rent barely. If I didn't have these opportunities, the cost of UAA was not the issue, it was rent. And as I look at the housing market now, and as I look into the future, if these current trends continue, I will not be able to afford a house here ever as an engineer. I've done the math, I've looked at my expected salary in the future, it won't work for me. my best option will be to leave. And it seems to me like policies like this are a step in the right direction because, like I said, I'm not an expert, but when I look at it, it seems like these current zoning rules, we're hamstringing ourselves. Like, we have the land, and we are forcing people to use it in the most inefficient way possible. And I understand where the desire to preserve neighborhood character comes from, but as someone who is living the economic reality of, I mean, I think the word housing crisis is appropriate, it doesn't seem to me like preserving character is a relevant part of this discussion. It really seems to me to be an economic emergency for me and for my entire age cohort. So I thank you very much for considering this issue seriously and for moving forward with this. Thank you.
Thank you and welcome. Please state your name for the record, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
My name is Keith Clemmy, and I want to discuss this homeless situation we have in this town. I don't mind taking care of the physically and mentally handicapped, and I don't mind taking care of children that haven't got parents. I don't mind helping mothers who have children that don't have a father. But there are some of our assembly members here that want to put the drunks and the alcoholics.
Mr. Clemming, I'm going to interrupt you. So this is a public hearing for this ordinance that's specific.
I can't hear you. I got a hearing deficit.
So this is an ordinance specifically about zoning codes, and so this isn't a time to speak on any topic or...
Yeah, I know. Let me say one other thing, but I'll just leave it at that.
Thank you.
Because I'm not going to stand for warehousing drunks and drug addicts with children in a hotel that's been bought by me and everybody in this town.
Right,
there are a lot of
sir.
you that I've called on this assembly. 6 of you didn't return my calls.
Sir, this is out of order. So we have audience participation, about 6 items down on the agenda. If you stick around.
So what you want to do is you want to shut the public out from talking?
Sir, you're out of order.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you. I'm deaf from working on jet engines in the Air Force.
I'm sorry, but you'll have to wait to speak on this because we're here on this public hearing, this item.
All right, well, I'll come back another time and discuss it.
If you stick around, there will be an opportunity.
Okay.
Keith, I'm Karen. Come over here. I'm going to tell you something. So you sit here, you can do public testimony. So this was about a certain ordinance.
Come on up. And you got it. Welcome. Please state your name for the record, what part of town you're from. It's great to see you.
Hi, my name is Ed Toll. I live in Spenard now. I've lived in Anchorage for 24 years. Lived first in Muldoon, then in South Addition, Fairview, and now Spenard. So I've been in various neighborhoods around town. I love Anchorage. I'm in support of the proposed ordinance because obviously it's what has to happen to have higher density housing, in Anchorage, so that those who love it here, like my son who spoke before me, can stay. And I'd like to just toss out the idea that the desirable neighborhoods in Anchorage, at least from my perspective, South Addition, Spenard, Fairview, yes. A lot of the neighborhoods people try to get into are a little bit on the funky side, right? Like South Addition's fancy, but it's funky. Like people have squeezed in mother-in-law suites where they're not supposed to. Those neighborhoods work because people are creative and have a sense of community. And I just feel like higher density, getting people in, squeezing them in where they can, that's good. That makes for good neighbors and good neighborhoods because people are doing the things that are necessary to live together. They bend the rules a little bit. They learn to get along with people that are in proximity to them. I struggled to get into a single family home where I raised my children, and now I find myself in a condominium duplex, and it's super comfortable. Like I like sharing walls with people and hearing a little bit of pitter patter going on. There's life in my building besides me. Anyway, that's my 2 cents. I'm in support. I think the future is bright if we squeeze in a little tighter and get to know each other better. We don't have to have our little fiefdoms that are separate from everybody else with our fences, and I don't know. People can get along. Let's do it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right, welcome. Please state your name for the record, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Amy Sims, and I am a part of the Northeast Community Council. I came here for another reason this evening and didn't plan on speaking, but I'm concerned about this ordinance. Grew up in Anchorage. 25 years ago when my husband and I were trying to first purchase a home, it was hard, but we worked really hard. We got into a site condo, and there's no place for snow. And I think the assembly at that point was possibly short-sighted in zoning and the building of those condos, because it's not a great place. We have no place to put snow, or, we made the best of it, but we were able to work hard, and we have a single-family home now and are no longer living in a site condo. But right now in my neighborhood, there's someone trying to put a business. And it's not that I, don't want other people to have an opportunity for a home. All of us want a home. But I think that this ordinance may be short-sighted. It doesn't give thought. I'm concerned about having a business. Right now, the business that's trying to go into my subdivision, there's no place for snow. It's in a cul-de-sac. There's no place for employee parking. And the planning board approved it. And I don't know if they even know if it's a business. So I'm just concerned that maybe this ordinance has not been vetted like it should, and is able to protect those of us who have worked really hard to get into the homes that we're in, and would like to see some protection. Though I do enjoy Spenard and having Fire Island as a bakery in a neighborhood, and those should be allowed for those who do want to live in those neighborhoods, but I'm concerned that this is short-sighted, and that some may benefit from this, and we're not, that are here this evening, and not really taking a look at how this might impact everyone in Anchorage. Thanks.
Thank you. Welcome. Please state your name for the record, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Daniel Gleason. I live in Turnagain, and I have concerns about this ordinance and S version, and I'm going to go by line item and just ask questions about the line items. Line item 21 or 22 and 23 in that area, and will this ordinance coordinate with the West Anchorage District Plan? And the plan doesn't recommend drastic R zoning consolidation, and I want to make sure that our planning documents are all consistent. On page 2, line 13 and 14, I need to go through this and verify this, that the land use policies support simplifying and streamlining zoning. I looked through that, and I didn't see it, but maybe it does. Page 2, line 18 and 19, how will the R zoning district accomplish that while still retaining predictability and continuity in existing neighborhood characteristics? How will the simplifying, going to one R zone, do that? Simplifying zoning, 25, 26, and 27. Explain how that will be the case. I haven't seen, maybe you had in the work sessions, but this needs to be explained to the public. 41, lines 41, 42, 43, what provision ensures this? Okay, you need to explain that further. Page 3, line 11. What is in place to support this? I don't, again, we go back to the land use plan. And again, on line 29, it's the same thing. Check where this plan states this. Again, it needs to be explained. Jumping to line, page 5, lines 13 and 14. Who defines compatibility? How will that be determined in this new ordinance? What does that, and line 21, what does that mean? It's too vague. It needs to be explained further. And then the rest of it, I don't have too many, but I really, section 5, totally against that section 5, and once that should be stricken from this ordinance.
Thank you, Mr. Gleason.
Thank you.
All right. Welcome. Please state your name for the record, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes. Good to see you.
Oh, hello. So, hello, I'm Eric Peterson from West Anchorage. Thank you for having this public hearing on Ordinance 66, an ordinance I absolutely support passing, and I want to thank Assembly Vice Chair Zalatel and Assembly Member Cross for introducing it. For 32 years, I have been a resident, although with some gaps, of the West Anchorage Assembly District. 35 years ago, my father purchased the home I'm currently living in for $85,000. A large sum to him at the time as a one-income household with one kid and another one planned, but largely manageable. He made roughly $43,000 a year at the time. I'm currently the same age my father purchased the home, and I make roughly $60,000. His home is now valued at $450,000. I know it's not news to the Anchorage Assembly how absolutely unaffordable housing is in the city. As a graduate of Diamond High School, I don't have a single friend there who has managed to purchase a home without having had their parents pay for it. Collectively, we have all given up on home ownership or even affordable rentals in the city. I'll always remember attempting to rent a condo in West Anchorage and the landlord demanding a first, last, and 1.5 months of security deposit up front. When I told him that this was illegal, he said, "I don't care. I'll have 30 offers by the end of the day." Housing in the city is unequivocally broken, and the city's inability to build the required housing to meet demand has brought us to the crisis we now face today. So many of Anchorage's problems could be alleviated with cheaper housing. This city spends millions on the creation and maintenance of low-income housing. However, if the price of housing in the city were just naturally lower, then we wouldn't even have people who are too low income to afford housing. It's because housing is a necessity, because the city hasn't built enough housing in decades, is why, while this ordinance doesn't go far enough, it is necessary for Anchorage's future. We are ceding this future to the Mat-Su region because people are being pushed out of the city. Young people are leaving the city for better jobs, cheaper housing, and generally a brighter future elsewhere than what this city can provide. I know this assembly can't fix everything, so we should focus on what this assembly can do. This assembly needs to do everything it can to promote the creation of more housing of any type and as much as possible. It needed to have started decades ago, but it's better late than never. Only by building more housing can we get out of this crisis. I know some of the arguments normally used against development. It will lower housing values, construction, noise, parking, traffic, snow. All of these arguments are purely centered on selfishness. So many of our community will see the homeless or low income and say that they need homes, but show up at community councils or assembly meetings to cry at the prospect of an apartment being built in their neighborhoods. It's these people that are slowly suffocating the city, and it's who the Anchorage Assembly needs to resist their influence. This assembly needs to do everything possible to build as much housing as fast as possible. So I both urge the assembly to pass this ordinance, as well as do even more to eliminate as much red tape into building as much homes as possible. Thank you.
Thank you. Please line up and come on down if you intend to speak. Welcome, Ms. Holmes. Please state your name for the record. You'll have 3 minutes.
One day you're going to get into the 21st century. So you can see.
So if you could step to the other way, you could be on the record. If you're going to be there, you won't be. Your words might be.
They can't see me.
Travis. Thank you, Travis. All right, Ms. Holmes, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. You should have one that goes up and down. Is this on?
Yeah, you just turned it off. Now it's on. Off. One more time. There you go. It's on.
Okay. I'm Diane Holmes. I came the year of statehood to Fairview. Other neighborhoods I've lived in are Girdwood, South Anchorage, and for many years, past and maybe future, Spenard. In the 3 decades I've appeared before this body, I've advocated for the whole city, including being on the original 2020 Land Use Committee. I'm pleased to read that some of the whereas statements in 66 recognize a pyramid of land use plans, but I must clarify. 2040 and the other plans are merely subplans under 2020, which is still the law of the land, and has goals for infill, redevelopment, and increased density in targeted areas. Title 21 only implements 2020 goals. It cannot make policy. Yet this is what 66 is trying to do. Why hasn't legal advised you? See the latest letter from the Rabbit Creek Council on legal opinions when municipalities didn't follow their land use plans. Use 2020. Do not cherry pick from 2040 to claim compliance with 2020, but that's what's happening. Friday I heard the word urgency, yet the work on homeless has taken years. Why should something that will impact us for decades deserve less time? A few years for a 2050 plan is a more honest approach. I also heard there would be a public process, yet many councils don't meet when schools are closed. What you are asking, by example, is for us to pay thousands upfront for a new car without having driven it nor selecting features. A public process after passing this AO is specious. Now, some points deserve to be commented on. P&Z should not be written out of this process. 66 may provide greater predictability to a landowner, but not for the community. And area-specific plans will be trashed. Simplifying zoning will not lead to more efficient land use. Zoning does not drive affordability anywhere. Rather, the opposite is true, as intense development will be scattered and accelerate urban sprawl. The last whereas says Title 21 updates will be needed. So why not take the time to do it in one package? And last, a missing component is trails and parks. Any increase in density must include them, and other cities have figured this out long ago.
Thank you. Welcome. Please state your name for the record, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Brian Witzke. I go by Bree with she and her pronouns, transgender female, 13 years, located pretty much anywhere around Acreage 907, statewide, 99507. I've heard arguments both ways on this. If it's a matter of having affordable housing, maybe we should look at how we allow the housing to be used here in Anchorage. It came to my awareness this year as I was getting back into the workforce that we have large blocks of homes that are being, or large blocks of rental property that is being used to exhaust our aspects of our Equality City Act with foreigners, with out-of-state workers that come up here. Different companies will pay in and pay up a whole entire year's lease to secure housing for their workers to come up here under contracts, which sounds like a great idea, except for whenever you lived in a small town like Liberal, Kansas that I come from, and when we only have the options of single dwelling homes, all of a sudden they go to do this and they stay up here when they're on a visa, and they don't just stay up here with 1 or 2 people in a 1 or 2 bedroom. It's 11 people in a 1 bedroom and 16 cars in the front yard. And if you want to talk about killing property tax, that'll do it quick. I watched it kill my hometown. So we have to look at it in multiple ways, you know, what's good for our citizens, what's good for our homeowners, what's good for overall. And to look at it in depth, we have to look at different faucets. You know, is it right to bring in a whole bunch of contract workers and take up available housing where we have a housing shortage already? Can we look at that differently? Maybe we can put those in a commercial area so that way they can be watched as far as making sure that they are following through with their visas. Not saying that all of them are just automatically bad, just, you know, past experiences. Let's look at, you know, as far as if we're bringing people over to appease things in the lower 48 to be able to make it a quality city, let's look at how we go about doing that so that way we can enrich Alaska and its residency as far as diversity without causing issues of homelessness and housing and property tax and issues. It's not always a matter of what we can get for the properties that we are renting here. It should be a matter of what kind of people we can enrich to make the value of our city worth more. Not just our property, not the city just making money, but overall, how can we help the community in itself become more enriched? So let's look at these things in all facets and not just look at a temporary fix, which may be the right way to go for a moment. Let's look for an overall fix. If we need more time, take more time. I trust you guys.
Thank you. Next, Mr. Turner will call the individual on the phone. That's the first one.
This is Jacob.
Hi there, is this Mr. Powell?
Yes, this is he.
Hi there, you're on the phone with the Anchorage Assembly and we're discussing AO 2023-66 regarding repealing sections of the zoning code. You'll have 3 minutes.
Great, thank you. So my name is Jacob Powell, and I'm a resident and a homeowner here in North Star, and I'm incredibly lucky to have purchased a home at a young age. It's been a huge relief as I see rents go up around town and friends struggle to find a place to live that fits their needs and wants. And I'm testifying tonight because I want my friends to share in that same security and peace and everyone in Anchorage. We absolutely must remove barriers to building different types of housing and allow more community and market self-determination and approval of that housing diversity rather than excessively complicated patchwork of zoning districts. First of all, I really appreciate Jonathan Lang's very clarifying op-ed published in the ADN this afternoon, which helped me better understand the impacts of this ordinance and the ways in which community plans and administrative reviews would help guide us on a path of incremental development. And I really want to highlight that aspect of incremental development and that concept. We already have a wonderful variety of housing types, and I think that you know, I have trust in our community and trust in the market that the sort of development that would be enabled by a legislation like this would be harmonious with the neighborhoods, because that's what makes those neighborhoods desirable. And developers and community members and individual developers have every incentive to do infill development in a way that's harmonious. And I'm excited about the possibility of either this ordinance or a similar one to put us on the path to building the type of housing that makes sense for neighborhoods around town. And the more time I've spent in Anchorage, the more I've grown to appreciate the variety of housing types we offer. And I really just think that it's so exciting, the idea of allowing us to kind of slowly do infill development in a way that's flexible, that makes sense, that's varied by the neighborhood and not arbitrarily restricted. Like if I'm really excited, you know, I have big dreams in the future of maybe buying a lot with an older home and doing some infill development, maybe turning it into a triplex or a fourplex that allows more people to achieve the dream of home ownership on that lot. And you know, it's crazy to think that in my neighborhood, which I think is either R2M or R3, it's hard to tell, you know, that might be allowable, but just across the street or a couple blocks away, that wouldn't be allowable. It's quite confusing to me. Like many issues that spark fiery community conversation, like housing density, when it's done well, it often lives in plain sight. So in my area, it's fairly densely zoned. I live in a lovely 2-bedroom townhouse. Across the street from me is a fourplex. On my neighbors to the side of me have a lovely 1-bedroom house. But just a few blocks away, in the same area, there's you know, more duplexes than you could shake a stick at. There's apartment buildings. There's a single-story fourplex that kind of just
Mr.
looks like
Powell,
a single-family home.
Your 3 minutes is expired.
Thank you. Have a good night.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Anyone else tonight? Anyone at all? Ms. Zalatel?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move to continue the public hearing to the meeting of August 22nd.
Second.
There's a motion to continue to the meeting of August 22nd by Ms. Zalatel, seconded by Mr. Volland. Any discussion? Hearing and seeing none, members may proceed to vote on the motion to postpone. On a vote of 11-0 and the youth member votes yes, the motion to postpone has passed. We'll have this item back before us the second meeting in August. I'm sorry, it was a motion to continue the public hearing was approved. Thank you, Ms. Zalatel. It wasn't postponed, it was continued. Next on the agenda, we have item 14E, AO 2023-75, an ordinance authorizing relinquishment of a conservation easement legally described as lots 1 through 18, Worst Subdivision, Plat 70-374, and dedication of a conservation easement legally described as Tract A, Best Bog Subdivision, Plat 2022-58. The public hearing on this item is now open. Anyone wish to speak to this item? It was the best of times, it was the worst of times. The public hearing on this item is now closed. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second. Moved by Ms. Zalatel, seconded by Mr. Rivera. Any discussion? Hearing and seeing none, members may proceed to vote. On a vote of 11-0 and the youth member votes yes, AO 2023-75 has passed the body. Next up, we have item 14F, AO 2023-76, an ordinance of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly amending AMC 25.70 regarding the discharge of firearms, crossbows, or shooting of bow and arrow on municipal parklands. The public hearing on this item is now open. Please come forward. Please state your name for the record, what part of town you're from, and we'll have 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Brian Witzke. I go by Bree with she and her pronouns, 13 years transgender, female Alaskan. Side of town, again, midtown to anywhere that I happen to be at the moment. It's already, from what I understand, against the law to fire a firearm in the city limits of Anchorage unless you're in a range, which I don't believe we have very many of those. As far as anything, there's other activities, crossbows, such not, and bow and arrow, I believe that, we should be able to leave some of our areas, our bigger parks, to those that want to have organized events. Some of those might be crossbow, some of those might be bow and arrow, and hatchet throwing and things like that are not necessarily dangerous if we use common sense to it. It's not the government's place to tell us what is and isn't common sense. It's that of the governing body of the society. Our police are there to keep us safe when they're funded and right. We actually have enough of them, which we don't. To take more options away, what we can and cannot do in our parks is taking away more and more of our freedoms of our parks. So I advise something like this, especially, again, we have laws in place to keep firearms from being fired. We have laws of safety. Let's quit taking away the rights of the people that do follow the laws and start looking at how we can correct those that are breaking the laws, and we won't need to worry about any ideas of ordinances like this. So increase the wages maybe coming out of the academy for the police officers, maybe broaden how many small shops we are so that way we can get better response time, traffic division to help our traffic, whatever to make the laws that we have already there easier to be reached instead of making more rules and laws on those that are following it. Just saying.
Anyone else? Thank you, Ms. Gleason. Come on up. Please state your name for the record, what part of town you're from, you'll have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Chair, members of the Assembly, Mayor Bronson. My name is Kathy Gleason, and I live in West Anchorage in Turnagain. And you may recall that I testified on June 6th when an ordinance came before you to potentially allow hunting, organized hunting event in Kincaid Park. And I gave multiple reasons why I thought that was a bad idea. And my main point was those of us who wouldn't care to see our wildlife killed, so that one person gets a thrill of doing something once, as opposed to me taking pictures of that same moose maybe dozens of times throughout my decades of living here. But anyway, I appreciate this ordinance. It's a follow-up to the action that you took on June 6th with regard to limiting the Parks and Recreation Director to independently make a decision about potential hunting and actions like this, discharge of firearms, crossbows, etc. And it would come before, there would have to be a plan, it would come before the Assembly, and there would be an opportunity for public input for any specific proposal that may come up. So I really support this and appreciate the Assembly's reasonable take on our public parks where I want to feel safe if I want to just walk along a trail and not worry about some kind of misguided and misaimed crossbow hitting me. So my safety is important too. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to speak to this item? Anyone at all? Public hearing on this item is now closed. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Moved by Ms.
Second.
Zalatel, seconded by Mr. Cross.
Mr. Constant?
Thank you. So this is, as Ms. Gleason said, a second version, a clarification of a couple of things. Effectively, it does two things. One, it effectively grandfathers or allows the pre-existing activities that occurred in the municipality that included discharge of firearms or bow and arrow activities to continue without any additional burden. And specifically, there is a hunt that's been going on for years in a part of Chugiak, Eagle River, and the permit process is well down the road, and it's been ongoing. And so this would allow that to continue, and it would also allow, without any additional effort, the bow and arrow archery range out at Kincaid, as well as the biathlon range, which have been there forever, to continue operating in the manner that they have been operating. So that's the first effect of this ordinance. The second effect of the ordinance, it just changes a little bit of the language. We had a really nice discussion with the State Attorney General, with the Department of Fish and Game, the regional manager of game, and that process was quite interesting to witness how they had a proposal by the Board of Game, but then the Attorney General's office said it's not legal. But they also said, it would be great if you guys contemplated changing your code so that it doesn't appear to regulate hunting, because that is a power granted to the state, not to the municipality. Now, there is some discussion between our attorneys, and our attorneys tended to state to me that they believe the language as written is fine, would pass legal muster. But in the effort to have good relations with our peers at the Department of the Attorney General, State of Alaska, we decided to remove reference to hunting and instead leave reference to the discharge of firearms or the discharge of bow and arrow and other weapons, because that's squarely within the police power of the municipality. And so what this does is it eliminates a potential burr that might come up sometime in the future. If a different group of attorney generals have a different opinion, they might come at our code if it regulates hunting. And so, again, I think it would stand as written, but this just clarifies, no, we're regulating the discharge of weapons in our public lands. Ms. Brawley.
Yeah, thank you. Just briefly. First, I want to thank Mr. Constant for bringing this forward because I think it is important clarifying language, and certainly the intent was not, of the previous ordinance that he was referring to, was not to materially change what people are doing now. It's really to protect all users of all of our municipal parks, and clearly these activities have already been well conducted, well regulated, and are already in progress. So I would urge support of this ordinance. Thank you.
Anyone else wish to discuss? Hearing and seeing none, members may proceed to vote. On a vote of 9-2 and the youth member voting yes, this item has, what is this item? AO 2023-76 has passed the body. Next, we have AO 2023-77, an omnibus ordinance of the Anchorage Assembly amending Anchorage Municipal Code Title 21 to align Title 21 with current practices and to provide clarity for implementation of code and related matters. The public hearing on this item is now open. Welcome. Please state your name for the record. What part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Chair, members of the Assembly, Mr. Mayor. My name is Kathy Gleason, and I live in Turnagain. And I paged through this kind of lengthy document, and I find it ironic because page after page after page, this is just supposed to be kind of a cleanup omnibus. Let's just get Title 21 doing what it's supposed to be doing. But it references residential over and over and over again. It has the tables with all the current residential zoning districts in it with regard to setbacks. I mean, all sorts of things. I made lots of Post-it notes, but I probably won't go through them all because I'll run out of time. But the whole document is filled with references to various residential districts. So if you pass this, and I know you haven't passed anything that would change this until potentially late August, but if you go through the process of doing this and approving it with references to multiple residential districts, and then just in a matter of a month, you vote something completely different, I'm not sure what the point of going through this process is right now. Maybe you ought to hold off on this one until you make a decision about if these are even going to be legitimate within a month. So, thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to speak to this item? Anyone at all? Hearing and seeing none. Public hearing on this item is now closed. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second. Moved by Ms. Zalatil, seconded by Mr. Cross. Ms. Zalatil?
Just briefly to the, so one, I think the words an omnibus ordinance kind of oversell what's here versus the rest of the title, which is, to provide clarity for implementation. So that's one thing. The other is, to the last testimony, the prior item that was heard, the proposed implementation date isn't until 2025, which is why I support cleaning up and continuing with current Title 21. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Brawley?
Yeah, thank you. I'd like to move Brawley Amendment Number 1.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Brawley, seconded by Mr. Walland. Ms. Brawley?
Yeah, thank you. So this is one that was actually suggested by the planning department. So I will call up Mr. Yelly and Mr. Lyons if there are any questions. But briefly, essentially the original version of this ordinance did not allow for the keeping of wild animals. And my understanding is that does not include things like the zoo or the Wildlife Conservation Center, but really keeping them on private residential property. But there was a change at the Planning and Zoning Commission that did allow for keeping of wild animals. And so this change in the code is actually really a technical change that would say residential standards apply to the outdoor keeping of all animals, not just domestic animals. So it basically, in the draft right now, there's a hole that does not regulate the residential keeping of wild animals. So this is really just putting that back into the code. And I'll defer to the planning department with any questions.
Anyone wish to speak to this amendment? Hearing and seeing none, members may proceed to vote. On a vote of 10-1 and the youth member voting yes, that amendment has passed. Mr. Salt?
I'd like to propose SALT Amendment Number 2.
Second.
SALT Amendment Number 2, moved by Mr. Salt, seconded, I believe, by Ms. Zalatil. Want to speak to it, Mr. Salt?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. So this was brought to my attention by a constituent of District 6, former assembly member, and also very well versed in Title 21. You probably know who I'm talking about. This is mainly around aircraft hangars and allowing them to basically build up to the property line when they're next to a runway, because you already have that open space behind it that's not going to change.
Anyone else wish to speak to this item? Ms. Brawley?
Yeah, I just had a question, and maybe it's for the planning department. So does this, the way that things are currently, do people need a variance? Or I guess, is this a big deal is the fundamental question?
Mr. Yell, it's on.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ryan Yell, Planning Department. Myself and Director Lyon did have a brief opportunity to discuss this proposed floor amendment with Assembly Council. We don't have any objection to this amendment as this provision does not currently exist in code. So if you did want to encroach within any rear or side setback currently, you would need to apply for a variance. This language is very consistent with garages that encroach, or I shouldn't say encroach, they abut an alley. So it's very similar language to what appears in other provisions of code, and we have no objection.
Okay, thanks. I don't have any questions.
All right, anyone else? Hearing and seeing none, members may proceed to vote on the amendment. On a vote of 11-0 and the youth member voting yes, the amendment has passed. We now have the main motion back before us. Anyone else wish to speak to the item? So I think I'm going to ask Mr. Yell to come back up and give us a brief discussion of what this does. I know it's omnibus, but it's good for the public to hear. What is the overarching theme of this amendment?
Sure, thank you, Mr. Chair. So this is an omnibus ordinance, a Title 21, with 2/3 of this ordinance being minor things such as renumbering, repairing patches, providing for clarification. We were very attentive and wanted to narrow the scope of this ordinance to make sure that these were simple things that would help with the implementation of Title 21. They would reduce questions for both code reviewers like myself, as well as the development community. And we were very careful to not put anything too far-reaching in this omnibus ordinance.
Thank you. All right, anyone else? Hearing and seeing none, members may proceed to vote. On a vote of 11-0 and the youth member voting yes, AO 2023-77 as amended has passed the body. Next, we have item 14H, AO 2023-79, an ordinance authorizing a lease between the municipality of Anchorage and Henning Inc., a nonprofit corporation for premises located 1000 East 36th Avenue. The public hearing on this item is now open. Welcome. Please state your name for the record. What part of town you're from? You'll have 3 minutes.
Name is Brian Witzke. I go by Bree with she and her pronouns. We all know that I've been around this homeless thing pretty regularly. So as far as Anchorage goes, I'm one side or the other. Again, was not homeless earlier this year. Have a house out in Chugiak that I'm a part of now, thanks to a grant. Gotten to know Henning as far as the company and some of its workers over the summer. I believe they are great to start this. This is definitely a good start. I would encourage the city of Anchorage and its residents to continue to look in ways that we can promote. It'd be nonprofits or other organizations to step up instead of the municipality always trying to do it themselves. The more that the government can encourage our community to become involved in the finding of a solution of our community, and the less the government has to be involved all the time, the better the parameters of our community become, because we're community-minded, because the community came up with solutions, having the government there to help ease us along and make us into better and stronger situations is the way I believe government should go. It doesn't always go that way, and it doesn't always not go that way, just to defend on both sides. It's a fine thing of balance. So as far as Henning stepping up to launch this program, as far as a one-year lease, I would hope that everybody is behind that. I would hope that we find a way to give them the tools to be able to show a good start with this. Maybe go about it a different way and another approach on another homeless situation solution. So that way we have multiple ways that we're facing this as a community, if it be finding more people within the community that can create a building, opening a business upon their own, and going for a grant that way as well, on top of us now having buildings that we are starting this. There's no one answer fit all. So let's continue to work in this route to find, if this is a working solution, let's find something that's parallel that can also be working for those that are not maybe needing the psychological aspect or the physical aspect, but make it to where the community is just as much involved as the government is. I encourage you guys to continue to do that. And I know there was a lot of work to get anything or something going. So take a breather. Let's continue to find more answers, because we all need them.
All right, sir, welcome back. This is a lease to provide housing for people off the street, so I think might be close. So welcome, state your name for the record, you'll have 3 minutes.
My name is Keith Clemmy, and I want to talk to you about the homeless problem in Anchorage. I don't have any problem paying taxes to support not drug addicts, but the homeless, the handicapped. I don't have a problem taking care of children or women that have children that haven't got a husband. But to support drug addicts and alcoholics that when they put up in this hotel that Mr. Rivera wants them to do, I'm not for it at all. There are no hopers on the streets of Anchorage. We have a police force that maybe we should be paying them more money and benefits so we can get the slots that are needing filled. There's 46 slots, I understand, at APD that they're short. That money be better spent on that instead of no hopers on the street drinking and shooting up. You want to put them in a hotel with children so you have needles laying on the floor and puke on the floor? They're unrehabilitatable. That's all I got to say about that. Now I want to get down to representation. Christopher Constant, I called you 3 times. You never returned the calls. Dan Vollen, you haven't got a cell phone. You should have one if you want to be on the city council. Also, your city councilmen should all have your phone numbers up on that wall behind you so the constituents on TV can see that number and call you if they want to. Kevin Cross, I called and he returned my calls. Scott Myers, called you 3 times, never returned a call. Kama President Verdera, I don't know who that is, called him twice, never returned a call. Anna Brawley, called him twice and he returned the call. Meg Zatella, called her twice, she never returned a call. Felix Rivera, after going through and looking on the website for his phone number, I finally got and I called him. He basically just listened to me. He didn't say anything. Later on, I called him back twice more, and he never returned the call. You call that representation, Mr. Rivera? This public deserves a lot better than that. When they call you, you people are supposed to return those calls, and if you don't want to, you shouldn't be city councilmen. Karen Brogan, she talked with the mayor, wants the mayor to come to that side of town and see her about some of the problems over there, and he's refused to do that. George Martinez, and she returned my calls. George Martinez, I called him up, and he returned my calls. But he was very evasive about some of the stuff I asked him about, like how long he'd been in Alaska and where he was from, and how long he'd been on the city council. Randy Sultry, I called him 3 times, he finally returned my call. And Zach Johnson, he returned my calls. But the rest of you didn't. And you call yourselves councilmen representing the residents of Alaska, Anchorage. This town's turned into a damn dump.
All right, thank you. Your time has expired, sir. Anyone else wish to speak to this item? And I apologize for allowing it to be off topic, but we just wanted to let the man be heard. So, welcome. Please state your name for the record. You'll have 3 minutes.
My name is Kyle Milkey. I'm a resident from Eagle River. I share the opinion of many members of the Assembly as far as concerns as to the nature of services that will be provided at this establishment under the proposed lease. In me trying to explain and try and connect information to residents of my local area and trying to explain, even just in simple terms, you know, what the different arguments that have been being put forward as far as what services will and won't be available at what different locations and where these locations are. It has always come up as a confusion when I'm trying to explain to folks that it, you know, is a lease and that, you know, some of these lease terms will be in specific ways. It's always confused, and whenever we get to the end of the discussion, I ask, what did they take away from it? They always take away that this was a special care facility and that they will be receiving services that they won't be able to receive otherwise, and that's what I'm hearing as far as other concerns that are being brought up about this lease and the services that are being brought up. So I just share those concerns, and I appreciate those conversations. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to speak to this item? Please state your name for the record, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
Sure, Roger Branson. I'm a longtime mental health advocate from District 2. We're on the lease here, right? I have mixed feelings about the long-term lease. I will speak in favor of the other one, the short-term. We have had issues in the past with nonprofits not always getting along and working well with others. I hope we can go past that with and through this. I am concerned that we don't know what the operating costs are going to be yet. And I also believe it's going to take a couple weeks to get up to speed to really start being able to do something effective as far as housing folks there. I am in favor of housing folks. And to the degree that this is the only avenue that we can get through the mayor, then yes, let's just keep moving. And so appreciate everyone's effort. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Anyone at all? Hearing and seeing none, public hearing on this item is now closed. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve. Second.
Motion to approve by Mr. Rivera, seconded by Mr. Salt. Mr. Rivera.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I guess I just have a comment, and I'll make my comment for both this item and 11C, so I'll only speak once. This has been something years in the making, if you look at it from the perspective of using a asset that the municipality purchased in 2020 and having it mostly sit vacant except for a short amount of time. And then specific for this request and this use that this assembly has been saying, let's use this building for housing, almost a year in the making for that one. So I'm excited to finally see something happen with this asset. But being totally honest, I'm equal parts excited to see this empty building be used for something helpful to society. We all know housing is a solution to homelessness, so the more that we can stand up housing, the better. But I'm also very nervous that we're going to, frankly, screw this up. But in the spirit of progress and getting something done collaboratively, I'm going to be voting yes on both this item and item 11C with apprehension and hope that my worries are unfounded, that we won't be dealing with any of the issues that came up in our work sessions with assisted living and how we're dealing with persons who have issues with their ADLs. So I'm going to be voting yes and really hoping that the health department and the operator will be able to run this well as housing, and that we won't be hearing about this in some headline a month down the line. That's really not what I want. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Branca.
I was disappointed that this was postponed to today. I understand the due diligence of looking over the assisted living part, but I'm super excited this is going forward. I have great faith in Hennings, and I think this is going to be a good thing for Anchorage.
Ms. Zalatel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's been a long, winding road to get to this point, particularly with this lease that's before us. I'm concerned with how the lease was rolled out, the provisions that were put in the lease. I'm appreciative of the work that's gone in to refine the lease. However, I think that we may have had a different outcome if the lease had started where it ended in terms of its provisions. And I think we might be repeating some past mistakes as we proceed with this. I share Mr. Rivera's nervousness. And I've supported turning the Golden Lion on as housing for a really long time, as soon as it became an idea, another option, and was one of the sponsors to bring forward the startup money. But I still have concerns. Thanks.
Mr. Martinez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to highlight that during our work session regarding this particular property, I asked a question about the terms of the sale of the property, the MLMP sale, and what we heard from the municipal manager was that there are conditions on this property by 2025, October 2025, that these are supposed to be turned on for treatment. So I just wanted to put that out there that we're moving forward on housing. It's not the original intent, from my understanding, of what the property is supposed to be utilized for, which is still a requirement at some point in the future. I'm going to be supporting this today because I think we need housing, we need to activate it, but I also want to keep an eye on that we have less treatment beds in Anchorage today than we did 20 years ago, and so that continues to be a need, and it continues to be a requirement on this property in the future. Thank you.
Anyone else wish to speak to this item? All right, members may proceed to vote. On a vote of 10 to 1, AO 2023-79 has passed the body. Now we'll go back to item 11C. Item 11C is AM 549-2023, grant agreement with Henning Inc. for former Golden Lion Hotel startup for the municipality of Anchorage. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Rivera, seconded by Mr. Volland. Mr. Rivera?
I'm good. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right, thank you. Anyone else? So I'll just briefly speak that in the previous operation, when we worked with the operator that appears to be seeking a lease, we had some challenges, and we'll be watching closely in the near term. It was a good thing when we hired a third party to provide oversight to help the operation be smoother. And so it's quite feasible, or I don't want to say for sure, but it's a thing that we might find ourselves in a position where we want to have a third party monitor and help improve the process at the location when the time comes. And the question of the $15 million consent decree is an ongoing concern. It's more related to the lease that just passed, but I didn't want to get in the middle of that debate. I just will say that, again, there are some really creative ideas coming that might square that circle. So, Ms. Salatel.
Thank you. I won't be supporting this item for a couple of reasons. I suspect it will pass. And if it does, I implore the health department to provide adequate oversight. I felt like with the operation of the Sullivan Arena, it took kicking and screaming to finally get some oversight of this operator, and we're talking about vulnerable populations yet again. In fact, Ms. Rash was recently quoted in a press release around the closure of the safety patrol about the kind of quality assurance we need when we're dealing with vulnerable populations. I hope that would apply to this operation as well. Not seeing a full operational budget and not being clear on the lease terms for the tenants and whether or not emergency rental assistance or vouchers will be able to be applied. I have some concerns about the viability and whether the $250,000 in startup costs is going to be sufficient. And frankly, I don't want to keep subsidizing this operation. I think we are stuck with an operator that isn't experienced in this, where we could have had an opportunity, frankly, had the lease been better from the get-go, where we would have had an experienced hotel conversion into housing operator. So I can't support this, just like I didn't support the lease. Thank you.
Anyone else wish to speak? Hearing and seeing none, members may proceed to vote. On a vote of 10 to 1, AM 549-2023 has passed the body. And just briefly, I want to say thank you to Ms. Johnson for not proceeding over the last 2 weeks, because it was a way to honor the separation of powers and do the due diligence, and that will pay dividends. So thank you. Next, we have, I think, just one last item on the agenda. It is, or one last item for action. Item 15A, Resolution AR 2023-232, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly stating its conditional protest regarding the renewal of package store license number 799 for Car Godstein Foods Company, DBA Oaken Keg Spirit Shop 1809.
Waive reading.
Thank you. The public hearing on this item is now open. Anyone wish to be heard? Anyone at all? Seeing, hearing none. Public hearing on this item is now closed. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second. Moved by Ms. Zalatel, seconded by Mr. Rivera. Any discussion? Hearing and seeing none, members may proceed to vote. On a vote of 11 to 0, AR 2023-232 has passed the body. Next on the agenda, we have audience participation. Welcome. Please state your name for the record, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
Hi, Irene Queednow, West Anchorage. The chair and the whole assembly tonight did not do your job. When the motion was entertained to postpone the confirmation of candidates, Ms. Bronga spoke to what she considers, I would assume, qualifications of one of the both candidates, yet neither the chair nor any of the assembly members called a point of order. You were discussing the postponement, not the qualifications. Your pattern of not approving nominee, but you didn't do that because it serves your purpose, because your pattern of not approving nominees is political, as I've pointed out before. Ms. Bronga said that the one candidate supported Tucker, whatever, by Babcock, anyway, the political candidate, and that's the reason why she can't support that candidate. So I went back because I had a hard time finding the current members of the Equal Rights Commission, and I looked which members this assembly approved since 2019. Among these members, some of them might still be on there, some might be gone because they have a 3-year term. There were people who supported Elvie Gray Jackson, Ethan Berkowitz, George Martinez, Suzanne LaFrance, Meg Zalatel, Christopher Constant, Zach Johnson, Forrest Dunbar, Bill Falsey, and the list goes on. So if political support is your criteria. If somebody can be part of a commission, then all of these members would not be qualified. And then at another point, with the Golden Lion, I totally agree we need more treatment. And Mr. Martinez, I hope you will hold Ms. Zalatel to her promise, because she promised, this assembly made a law that the Golden Lion will be a treatment center. And then they turned it around and stabbed their constituents in the back. So I hope you hold her responsible for that and make sure that this will be a treatment center. Thank you.
Anyone else wish to be heard? Welcome. Please state your name for the record. What part of town? You'll have 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Brian Witzke. I go by Bree, she and her pronouns. I've been up here for a great many things. Tonight I'm up here solely upon my own volition and things that I've gone through. Again, Brian Witzke, born 12/5/79. I'm a military brat, and thanks to my father, Brock Witzke, and Bertha Mariscola now, I was brought into this world. And many things have sufficed to my life being what it is. You guys probably don't even have a clue much of me other than I'm here being a pain in your all's butt sometimes and a cheerleader at the other moments. Anchorage has been good to me. It has been interesting to me. It has been challenging to me. 27 years I've been on the streets up here. I came up here from California as my father was stationed one last time with his wife at that moment. I share this that way you guys can understand where I'm coming from when I'm getting ready to do what I'm going to do here in a little bit, I'll tell you. But a couple of people on this council ignited a passion in me back in 2016, 2017 for a bathroom fight. I am part of an organization, even though you guys think I stand alone a lot. My organization is very small. It is Transgender Leadership of Alaska, something that the ordinance of 2016-170, where we were given special recognition for our fight, for the bathroom fight. And I'm going to tell you, from everything I've seen this year in the political arena, all the way across the nation, all the way to even in my home state, my transgender issues caused me massive problems for success. The hate that is out there, the misunderstanding of us that is out there, the desire to push other people's opinion upon mine just because I'm standing there going through life. What I'm going through is not a choice, so that way everybody can be under the same page, any more choice than it is that you guys were born on your birthday, born in the body that you are. I've had 7 doctors in my lifetime occur to this. 5 are retired. 2 that are still in the field. I have to have another one for my own doctor. But with all of that being said, I support the LGBT locally here as it's going through some changes. I encourage all our trans brothers and sisters to stand together, because we are always going to be stronger together than we are individually. And that goes for everybody else that is not part of the Alphabet Mafia. So before I run out of time, because there's only 3 minutes, I regret to inform you that I have been fighting for the homeless issues. And with that, right before the 4th of July, I pulled case number 23-20892. And I'm doing so in hopes to show better government. It is something that the APD will be investigating, negligent homicide, for all the people that we have lost lives to because of how slow you guys have been on the response of saving lives, dealing with our homeless situation, and you guys are the ones in charge. And excuse me, executive chief over there, that is the mayor, that's the definition according to the dictionary in the Bible, or not the Bible, the dictionary in the library. 4 times I've called you, still waiting for a sit down, that I might be able to help your navigation center.
Right.
Give me a call, 907-341-9537.
Your time has expired. You could have a job in radio. All right, anyone else wish to be heard? Anyone at all? Okay, we're going to move on, folks. Next, we have assembly member comments. We'll start with Mr. Myers.
No additional comments.
Mr. Martinez.
No additional comments.
Mr. Rivera.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No comment.
Ms. Bronco.
I'm going to make a comment. Last night, my husband and I were assaulted on the new trail that we put in Chugach Foothills. We were chased by an individual who appeared to be tripping out on drugs, and they were throwing rocks at us. We called the police at 9 p.m. They came to our home at 3 a.m. So we do have a problem in this city, and I hope that we can move forward on figuring out what we're going to do with these people that are inhabiting our parks, who are using our parks as drug dealing places.
Mr. Johnson.
No comments.
Ms. Zalatil.
No comment. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Ms. Cross.
No comment, thank you.
Ms. Rowland.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Work session recordings exist on the municipal website, and if folks have questions or want more information about legislation that we're working on, that is a great resource, and I would say especially on one that we postponed a public hearing on tonight, you might consider watching those work sessions. I think they'd be very informative. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Brawley.
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to briefly recognize on the record an Anchorage Daily News article that was published on Sunday, July 22nd. The author was Michelle Boots, but I know there were others involved as well. And it was really recognizing the journey and the story of one person who has experienced homelessness in our community, Monique Crespo. And I would highly encourage members of the public and fellow members to read it if you haven't already. It's certainly just one person's story, but I think it really illustrates the complexity of our issue and the fact that that each person out on the street are individuals. And I hear the concerns about safety, but also just congratulations and best wishes to Ms. Crespo as she is now housed and I understand has done a lot to get there. So thank you.
Mr. Salt.
Nope, just thank you for freeing up my Wednesday night.
Thank you, and I'll speak briefly to that if we had managed to continue debate on 2 of additional items, we would have had to continue to tomorrow, and we were prepared to, but that's not how the cards fell. So I'm grateful to everybody who didn't pack the agenda with addendum and laid on the table items so that we could be efficient, and we did get through this meeting tonight. I want to speak briefly about a trip I had last weekend. I was out of state. I was down in San Francisco for an event, and I was staying in the Tenderloin. And if you know anything about San Francisco, the Tenderloin has a long history of character. And so I was staying right at like 7th and Market. And I was out late walking back and forth between events and witnessed the absolute destitution that is occurring on the streets there. And this came in so many different flavors and colors that it's hard to describe, but every 10 feet there was a crisis happening. And there was no way you could call emergency services to help someone who was in the kind of crisis here in this town you would call 911 for, because there were 20 of them on a 2-block stretch. And it was shocking to witness the level people are allowed to exist in that community. And I don't hold it against that city, because they, like us, are a city where people come to because it's a place where they believe they can have help or get support. And then there are just people who have lived on the street their entire lives. I saw drugs I'd never seen before being used, injection sites I had never seen being used. But that said, there were robust support services. Outreach was happening day and night, everywhere I went. The people who were doing the outreach work knew the people who were in the worst case scenarios by name and were able to steer them. And in fact, from an urbanist perspective, Market Street is completely transformed now. They no longer allow private vehicles on Market Street. It's buses, trains, and bikes and cabs. And they're in a stall very much like we are, because the economy and the world has changed around them. And that great city has seen this happen to them probably 15 times in their long, amazing history. And they've always recreated themselves. And I saw in that city the absolute spark of a future that's coming for them, where they're going to rebuild and re-engage and transform their town into a walkable, livable, beautiful city, which is much the rhetoric and conversation we're having here right now. And so I'm edified to see the work that our bureaucracy, our police, our mobile crisis team, our outreach workers, our nonprofits are doing to help stop the bleeding, if you will, to help get people safe. Yes, we have crime happening. Yes, we have people who are experiencing trauma. Yes, we have people who are in unmitigated mental health crisis. And Anchorage can't do it all alone, but we're giving it one hell of a shot. And I'm really proud of the work that we're doing here, and I was affirmed in that when I saw what was happening in that other city. So I speak with gratitude for all of you who are sticking by this work, despite what the public says when they see one narrow part of the conversation and not the whole picture. So with that said, everybody, your Wednesday night is reclaimed, and I would ask for a motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn. Second.
You're adjourned.